All right, good afternoon. It's good evening. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. Instead of people saying hello earlier, thank you very much. Mr. Alikon, Sorotimi Kade, D1, Ade Royal, Yemo Knights. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's a lovely, lovely Monday eve and country, I should say. I pray it's going to be a blessed week for every one of us. It's going to be a productive week, better than last week, right? It's the 11th month, and this is our first session in the month of November 2025. So I'm praying that to be a month of good surprises, pleasant surprises, right? If there's anything you've been praying for, you've been trying to achieve since the beginning of the year, I pray that this month will be that month where you will make tremendous progress in the path of achieving the goals that you've set for yourself since the month of January. But yeah, thank you very much for being here. It's lovely to join you today. How was your weekend? Hope everybody's fine. How is everyone? Hope we're all good. I'm glad to be here, really glad to be here.
Thank you for joining us.
Ole Concorad, yes sir. So thank you for joining us we're streaming on TikTok, of course, but we're on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, and on Twitch. If you're joining us, please like the live and share as well, regardless of where you're joining us from. Let's try and push this so the algorithm can put it on the FYP. So you can, of course, in other platforms, recommend it to other users. Thank you very, very much. If you're on YouTube, thank you for being here. Please like and share. On Facebook as well, let's do the same. These things help to push the stuff forward. Obalufon, good morning to you. I mean, you live in a different part of this planet, so good morning. Well, it's evening for me, but I'm glad you're here. Thank you very much for joining us. When did we start? Vote this copy. It's 4 p.m. It's 4 p.m. I've been listening to music before 4 though, and I'll try and make it earlier going forward. I'm trying, just that we have a number of things to do at the same time. But it's 4 p.m., but we'll play music before then. And the reason, of course, let me tell you one of the major things, right? Is that the way the app works, TikTok, it requires some kind of likes and engagement before you get on so that it keeps going, that kind of thing. So music, apart from the fact that we're enjoying the music, it also helps us to create the space. So once we now bring in folks from other platforms, we don't have issues with Amber alerts and, all kinds of things, So please, especially if you're here, please keep our tapping on TikTok. But wherever you are watching, whether on TikTok or YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, please just engage, right? Like, share your thoughts as well. Share the live with others, but share your thoughts on the live in the comment section, okay? All right. So today we're continuing with the series we began last week, how Nigeria's first republic ended. We had the first part last Wednesday. Today we're having part 2. I've promised that after we're done with this, we're going to discuss the evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land. Then we'll discuss the deleted hybrids in pre-colonial Nigeria, and then most likely we'll go back to the coup. There's some things, like I always say, we don't see everything in every session because we can't see everything in every session and every series. So we have to do it one by one. When are we doing Christianity in Yoruba land after this series? This series is how Nigeria's first republic ended. We had part 1 last week. We're only having part 2 today, part 3 on Wednesday. All right, we're going to have a great time, by the way. So our main text will be this book by Sheil Shagari, Beckons to Serve. Interestingly, earlier today, I was reading another book. Just to make sense of something. Like I always say, it's okay. It's important, actually, not just okay. It's important to check, other books, right? Not to assume that everything you're reading in one has everything you require. So it's important to also read other stuff. And there's another book that I think maybe at some point we're going to get into. It's called Class, Ethnicity, and Democracy in Nigeria: The Failure of the First Republic. And it was written by Larry Diamond. So we would probably check this out at some point. But our main text for this would be the book by our former president, Shehu Shagari. The book, of course, is called Beckoned to Serve. We're going to get into all of that much later. And by the way, like we always do, even though we have only one central text or textbook, we have other books that we use to explain certain portions of whatever we're reading. We're going to get to that, momentarily. But before we do that, today is Monday, so news in Ẹkáàbọ. A lot of things have happened since we last saw each other. I haven't seen you since Friday. It's good to be back online. I haven't seen you since Friday, and a lot of things have happened. A lot of water has gone under the bridge. I hope everybody is fine. If you're a Nigerian, just in case we have, because I realize that other people join us from time to time. But if you're Nigerian, I hope there is no panic. You're not afraid. You're not wondering what's going to happen. Your heart is not doing biggie. Just calm down. See, in this life, there is something called, I like the Bible. I'm a Christian. The scripture says you hear of wars and rumors of war. See, those two, whether war or rumors of war, those two can affect the mental health of anybody. You hear of wars and rumors of war. This is why I like to be a man of faith, because you have something to hold on to. But the thing also is that I think there's also some things that are taken to the extreme. But before we even talk about the extremes, let's even understand what is really happening. Like, what on earth is happening? Why is everybody saying stuff? And why people are afraid? And people are, you can feel the tension. You could almost slice it with a knife when you get into rooms and you're having conversations. Everybody's on the edge. They're wondering what does this mean? The fact that America has, designated Nigeria a country of particular concern. What does it mean? And it's been a while. It's been a long time coming. They've been talking about this. We're going to discuss some of those things. But what I'll do, I just read the news, maybe say a few things, and when the time comes, we'll bring people up, and then we'll take people down afterwards. But let's start away from that for a second. Nigerian politics got on shell all over, and I know we're going to talk about the whole thing about Nigeria and the United States, but let's talk about what happened in Bayelsa State. Bayelsa, Governor Doyediri says the time is here. We have made our decision to join the Renewed Hope family. Bayelsa State is now an APC. I don't even know whether to. It's not an APC state. It's an APC state.
At this moment, of the 6 states in the South,
yeah. So at this moment, of the 6 states in the South, APC has 5. Of the 6 states in the Southwest, APP has 4. And then of the 5 states in the Southeast, APC has 3. So it looks like something is happening in APC in the South. And I think more people are also moving in the North. Let's talk about the. I don't think it's not gelling, cold flow, and it's not flowing because there's a huge elephant in the room. But before I begin to read, you already know what happened. I've said it. President Donald Trump designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern. So what I'm going to do is this. We're going to start with the reactions from certain politicians, starting with Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, who was the former governor of Kano State. Then we'll listen to the governor of the governor of Anambra State, that's Professor Charles Soludo, and then we'll get deep into some of these things. Very interesting stuff we're going to talk about today. So let's start with Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. He says, I have noted with increasing concern the heightened pronouncements on Nigeria by President Donald Trump. This follows the designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern. It is important to emphasize that our country is a sovereign nation whose people face different threats from outlaws across the country. The insecurity we face does not distinguish based on religious, ethnic, or political beliefs. The United States should assist the Nigerian authorities with better cutting-edge technology to tackle these problems, rather than posing a threat that could further polarize our country. The Nigerian government should also consider appointing special envoys from its distinguished diplomats to engage the American government. Additionally, it is necessary to appoint permanent ambassadors to represent Nigeria's interests on the international stage. To my fellow countrymen, this is an important moment where we should emphasize unity of belonging over division. God bless Nigeria, RMK. Personally, I think this is one of the best responses from any Nigerian politician. All right, but let's listen to Governor Charles Soludo and what he thinks about this whole brouhaha. Take a listen, please.
Let's begin again and in a rather faster manner because we've lost some time.
Yeah.
I was asking for your reaction to what happened, what the President of America, Donald Trump, tweeted or put out on social media. A lot of people thought that was some heavy bilateral or some kind of comment on our governance and security situation in the country, politically speaking and diplomatically speaking. How do you think Nigeria should react to that?
Well, as I was saying before, the first thing is that there's bilateral issue. And quite frankly, when you see something on social media, I'd rather be in the government now, not react very seriously to tweets or social media posts, as it were. But let me just say it's about relationship between Nigeria and America. And the relationship between both countries is governed by international law. And I'm not quite sure what would be the basis of American intervention and so on and so forth. As the policeman come and enforce one and so on. Yeah, certainly, if Nigeria requests, it will be a request for any assistance or military or whatever that it would deem it necessary. Request for their technology and hardware, soft power to deal with enemy, insurgents and banditry and so on and so forth. So be it.
So the audio is not the best. I'm going to read from Sahara Reporters. They covered the exchange as well. Criminals in Southeast Forest killing people bear Christian names. You know what? I'm going to come back to this. Let's take cable first. So let's not change the topic yet. Let's take cable first. It says here, Soludo to Trump, if Africa followed your logic, we would have invaded US over Black Lives Matter. Chukwuma Soludo, governor of Anambra, says Nigeria's security challenges are more complex than a Christian versus Muslim conflict. Speaking during a media chat on Sunday, Soludo said President Donald Trump's threat to protect Christians in Nigeria oversimplifies the issues. He said, while the U.S. has the right to hold opinions on global matters, any form of intervention must respect international law and Nigeria's sovereignty. As a country, America has its own rights to have its own views about what is going on elsewhere, he said. But when it comes to what it does, I am sure it must also act within the realm of international law. The governor said the Nigerian government should engage in a deeper conversation to address the concerns raised, adding that facts must be properly presented. According to Soludo, most of the killings in the southeast are not driven by religion but by internal conflicts. People are killing themselves. Christians killing Christians, he said. The people in the bushes are Emmanuel, Peter, John, all Christian names, and they maimed and killed thousands of our youth. It has nothing to do with religion. He said if Nigeria were to seek foreign assistance, it should be through formal requests for military support, technology or hardware, not external threats. Soludo dismissed any talk of invasion, saying the same logic would be absurd if African nations threatened to invade the US over racial violence. Quote, you had policemen killing some blacks. I remember the Black Lives Matter, hashtag Black Lives Matter protest. And somebody would say maybe Africa should go and invade America because blacks are being killed. I'm not quite sure, unquote, he said. He added that national dialogue is the best path forward. I think there's a need for deeper conversation. He said it must end in conversation, and I'm sure the government of Nigeria will respond very robustly. Nigeria is such a big country, and the government is doing a lot to safeguard it. Soludo, who is seeking re-election next Saturday, noted that the Southeast is predominantly Christian and that the crisis in the region should not be mischaracterized. In this part of the country, we are 95% Christian, he said. The people in the bushes killing others bear Christian names. It is wider than the categorization of Christians and Muslims. Nigeria will overcome and it will end in conversation, he said. All right, so that obviously covers what our reporters also reported right there. Before we go deep, let me read what the government of Nigeria says in response, and I'm going to read an article that my mentor sent to me earlier today. I woke up to see that article, and I think it's probably one of the most balanced on this particular matter. But before we read that, two stuff, one from the president, the other one from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Nigeria stands firmly, this is from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Nigeria stands firmly I'll take that again. Nigeria stands firmly as a democracy governed by constitutional guarantees of religious liberty. Since 2023, our administration has maintained an open and active engagement with Christian and Muslim leaders alike, and continues to address security challenges which affect citizens across faith and regions. The characterization of Nigeria as religiously intolerant does not reflect our national reality, nor does it take into consideration the consistent and sincere efforts of the government to safeguard freedom of religion and beliefs for all Nigerians. Religious freedom and tolerance have been a core tenet of our collective identity and shall always remain so. Nigeria opposes religious persecution and does not encourage it. Nigeria is a country with constitutional guarantees to protect citizens of all faith. Our administration is committed to working with the United States government and the international community to deepen understanding and cooperation on protection of communities of all faith. Earlier today, there was a report. Actually, this one was from Sarah Reporters, talking about the president planning to visit the United States in order to meet Trump's vice president. That's J.D. Vance, the vice president of America. Apparently, they came up with another report earlier today where it seems like the president has changed his mind. I'm just going to quickly read that. Tinubu's U.S. trip aborted to attend G20 meeting in South Africa and discuss with Trump. I'm just going to quickly read that from Sahara Reporters. Nigeria President Bola Tinubu's reported trip to the United States to resolve the diplomatic frictions between his government and the Donald Trump's administration will not go ahead as planned, Sahara Reporters learned on Monday morning. Top sources informed this newspaper that discussions between the Tinubu's presidency and the White House were already ongoing, but a face-to-face meeting is not yet on the cards. The presidency source noted that the upcoming G20 summit in South Africa is being considered for Tinubu's attendance and as a viable opportunity for the Nigerian president to have talks with President Trump. The source said, quote, the meeting between President Bola Tinubu and Donald Trump is not going as reported. No plans are in place. Who is this? Not here, please. This is not the place where you spam with you're going to have guns and carry arms. Don't do it here, please.
You carry guns, you do something Yoruba Republic. Yes, in those,
Gbogbo yín dẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ̀sìn tó sì. You carry guns, you do something Yoruba Republic. Ẹ̀sìn tó sì, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ní yóò sìn tó sì. Ẹ máa dá wà lẹ́tàn sí yìí. Àti òkè òkun lẹ́tọ́ máa sọ, hey, you can do it, so we can do it. Ẹ ṣáà wà kó bóyá ń ṣe yín lọ. Let's just listen to the news. Nobody is talking about guns here, I beg. Oh, say kala nakara. Afi kala takara. No come ajo. Ọ̀nà wọn máa ti jìn. Ọ̀nà wọn máa ti jìn. Okay, we are with you in the spirit. We are. No. Our prayers are with you. Our prayers are with you. I beg. Use another platform to talk about your arms and ammunition, not here. Go back to the news. The source said, quote, the meeting between President Bola Tinubu and Donald Trump is not going as reported. No plans are in place to go to Washington, D.C. Conversations between the U.S. and Nigeria are ongoing, but a face-to-face meeting is not yet on the cards. Rather, there's an invitation on the cards for Tinubu to attend the G20 summit on November 20 in Durban, South Africa, where a likely meeting between Tinubu and Trump is a possibility. We hope that happens soon, and we hope that something good comes out of that. I want to read something from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I also think it's a very, very good information that a lot of us need to know. There's a lot of stuff to cover today, man. We shall. All right, let's read this one. This is a press release from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Abuja. The federal government has noted the recent statement by the United States of America on religious freedom in Nigeria. We remain committed in our resolve to tackle the violent extremism that is fueled by special interest. These guys are still throwing jabs at anybody. We remain committed in our resolve to tackle the violent extremism that is fueled by special interests who have helped drive such decay and division in countries across the intersecting West African and Sahel regions. We mourn all the victims of violent extremism and salute our armed forces as they continue to fight against vicious but cowardly foes. The federal government of Nigeria will continue to defend all citizens irrespective of race, creed, or religion. Like America, Nigeria has no option but to celebrate the diversity that is our greatest strength. Nigeria is a God-fearing country where we respect faith, tolerance, diversity, and inclusion in concurrence with the rules-based international order. The U.S. has been and we trust will always remain a close ally because the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the government of President Bola Tinubu will maintain a laser focus and steadfast commitment to all partners who believe in genuine peace, stability, freedom, and democracy. You may ask, why did I call that a jab? Apparently, there are news reports that certain people or certain countries or certain governments have actually been sponsoring the same thing that they want to come and save Nigeria from. I didn't say that. It was actually a conversation that was had in Congress, United States Congress. I'd like to take a listen to this, and then we will read the article I mentioned earlier. Please take a listen to this.
Americans in Afghanistan over the course of our term there in the war, spending over $2 trillion. We're just going to keep on spending because somehow we think it's going to get better. And if you're wondering who's in charge of Afghanistan getting the money, and that money I just mentioned, the $697 million is on top of, and is in addition to the weekly to every 10-day shipments in cash of $40 to $80 million. Afghanistan is ruled by folks named Sarayuddin Haqqani. The Haqqani network mean anything to anybody in the room? How about Abdullah bin Laden? Who gets some of that money? Does that name ring a bell to anybody in the room? Because your money, $697 million annually, plus the shipments of cash funds madrasas, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, ISIS Khorasan, terrorist training camps. That's what it's funding. If you think that the program under Operation Enduring Sentinel entitled Women's Scholarship Endowment, which receives $60 million annually, or the Young Women Lead, which gets about $5 million annually, is going to women who, by the way, if you read the Inspector General's report, is telling you that the Taliban does not allow women to speak in public.
One of the organizations they mentioned that the government of the U.S. has been funding, according to this Congressman, Representative Perry, one of those organizations apparently turns out to be Boko Haram. Go figure. Anyway, this is from Premium Times. This is from Premium Times. It was written, one second. It was written by Philip Van Niekerk. And the title of this article is Trump's Ignorance About Nigeria, the Dangers of a Manufactured Christian Genocide, in quote. Trump's outburst exposes more than his ignorance of Africa. It reveals how easily American politics can be weaponized to distort African realities. Let's get into the article. I think it's very important. Like I said, I received this morning, and I thought it was very apt. And it captures a lot of what I will say on this matter. 2 years ago, at a dinner in Washington for so-called African experts to brief an incoming congressman on the continent, the newly elected lawmaker began his contribution by declaring that one of Africa's most urgent crises was the Christian genocide in Nigeria. When asked to elaborate, he cited a single name, Nnamdi Kanu, as an example of a persecuted Christian languishing in prison. The table fell silent when someone gently explained that Kanu was not a pastor or missionary, but a Biafran secessionist leader, jailed for fomenting rebellion and inciting violence, not for his faith. I thought it was Judaist and Jew. Anyway, let's go on. That same combination of ignorance and emotional manipulation resurfaced this weekend when Donald Trump erupted on social media, threatening a fast, vicious, and sweet military invasion of Nigeria to stop a supposed genocide against Christians. The statement was as dangerous as it was absurd. If Trump had paused to consult the American military, which has spent years partnering quietly with Nigerian forces against Boko Haram and other insurgents, he might have learned that Nigeria's conflicts are real, but they are not religious wars. It is astonishing that the United States spends billions of dollars annually on intelligence gathering, yet its political leaders can still be so profoundly misinformed about Africa's most populous country. Yes, Christians in parts of Nigeria have suffered horrific violence from extremists, but so too have Muslims, often in even greater numbers. In Borno, Yobe, and Adamawa, the heart of the Boko Haram insurgency, most victims have been Muslim civilians murdered for rejecting the group's nihilistic ideology. Trump's eruption is a culmination of a years-long lobbying campaign in Washington. Listen to this about say. Pay attention, please. Trump's eruption is a culmination of a years-long lobbying campaign in Washington by Biafran separatists who have cleverly repackaged the secessionist grievance as a struggle to save persecuted Christians. Since 2019, Biafran groups have declared more than $1 million on lobbying in Washington through Mercury Public Affairs, BW Global Group, and Daniel Golden. They have found a receptive audience among Christian nationalists in the United States who see Nigeria through the prism of their own culture wars. Senator Ted Cruz has floated legislation invoking religious persecution. Congressman Riley Moore has made it a personal crusade. Even the comedian Bill Maher got in on the act. According to... Take it again. Yeah, even the comedian Bill Maher got in on the act, scolded the media for ignoring it. The strategy is familiar. It echoes the wise genocide narrative promoted by far-right activists among Afrikaner farmers, a storyline that the Trump administration once enthusiastically adopted before quietly erasing it from the discourse. As with some Afrikaners, many Nigerian Igbos feel that they are the victims of discrimination, second-class citizens in a country that has never quite healed the wounds of the Biafran Civil War of 1967 to 1970. In Washington, the campaign deploys the same emotional triggers, a grain of truth wrapped in distortion, amplified through the machinery of American grievance politics. The grain of truth begins with the Boko Haram war launched in 2009, in northeastern Nigeria, which has killed tens of thousands across faith lines. It extends to the Middle Belt, where Muslim and Christian farming communities have clashed violently, and to the recurring conflicts between Fulani herders and largely Christian agriculturalists. These are complex, overlapping crises rooted in land scarcity, climate stress, and state weakness, not a simple religious persecution. Much of the violence is simple banditry and criminality. To reduce it to Christian genocide is not just inaccurate, it is dangerous. Nigeria is far from perfect, and its government has often handled these conflicts clumsily or brutally. But it is also a country of extraordinary coexistence. Roughly half Christian, half Muslim, and among the world's most religiously integrated societies. Its current president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is a Muslim. His wife, Oluremi Tinubu, is a Christian pastor. Nigeria's cabinet, parliament, and cities are filled with people who cross those supposed lines every day without bloodshed. The idea that Abuja is colluding in the persecution of Christians is as false as it is incendiary. If Trump truly cared about Nigerian lives, he might know that the Tinubu government has been fighting, not aiding the extremists, often with U.S. logistical and intelligence support. The Pentagon, better than anyone, knows that a military intervention in Nigeria would not be swift or clean. It would be catastrophic, plunging West Africa's fragile equilibrium into chaos at the very moment when Russian forces, now rebranded as the African Corps, are being pushed back in the Sahelian states, the epicenter of the jihadist insurgencies. But let me just read the final paragraph. The world needs partnership, not performative threats of invasion. It needs steady diplomacy, not social media outbursts dressed up as moral crusades. Trump's outbursts exposes more than his ignorance of Africa. It reveals how easily American domestic politics can be weaponized to distort African realities. The real victims of that distortion are not in Washington's think tanks or on cable news. They are the Nigerians, Muslim and Christian alike, who must live with the consequences. This is from Philip Van Niekerk, who is the managing partner of Calabar Consulting, a risk consulting company specializing in Africa. I read a lot of what he wrote because I think it's a very, very important article. But let me say something before we go on. I'll go on to explain some of the things that he said. Number one is the fact that it is going to be very false for anybody to claim that there is no killings on a very massive scale, especially in the northern part of the country. It would be a lie to say that that is not happening. But here's the real issue. I've been saying it, and I know that it doesn't sound very cool, and some people don't like me saying it, but it's the truth. And here it is the truth. What is happening in the north, which has been happening for a while, is terrible. And I said the other day that I actually went to Southern Kaduna some years ago and had conversations with some people, all of us Christians. And I said, if we really look at what is going on, do you really think this is Christian versus Muslim? With everything you have said, because they're the ones living through it. And what I took out of that event, or of my visit, which I've been saying since I went there, is that it's not really a religious issue. It's an ethnic issue. I mean, there are other things apparently, but it's more ethnic than religious. But here's the thing about the Middle Belt. Unlike the Southwest, where I'm from, where we have the Yoruba people dominating the entire region, the Middle Belt is made up of several small ethnic groups. They are very small. They are ethnic groups of about less than 2 million people, about 3 million. Not that many, right? When they shout, you don't even hear what they're saying. Not because you don't want to hear, but maybe it's not loud enough, because it's not being amplified enough, because the ethnic group is not as big as the big three, like the Yoruba or the Hausa Fulani or the Igbos. They are not as big. So you may not hear what they're saying. But apart from the ethnic identity, there's something they have that will force you to listen. Where they stop being small and they suddenly become huge, that thing is their faith. That thing is their religion. In other words, as ethnic, although the issue they are going through is more, I'm not saying there's no religious part of it. I'm just saying it's more ethnic than its religion. But you're not going to take cognizance of it because it's not loud enough and you don't even care as much. And this is the truth. They've been through stuff, and for the most part, people didn't even know what was going on. I gave an example the other day. In Southern Kaduna, there's a group called Adara. A very, very small ethnic group. They went through the worst thing a few years ago. Most people did not even know. They were making videos and, of the death. But you see, once they say they are killing Christians, now you have to listen. Because it's not just an ethnic group. Because when I mentioned Adara here the other day, nobody on this platform had heard of that name. I think one person, just one other person apart from myself, had heard of the name. Most people did not even know there was any group called Adara. And it's not your fault. We have over 300. If you go to the Middle Belt, in some places you have like 30. In Taraba, for instance, it's not like Southwest where we're all Yoruba. Some people in one state, in one local government, you might have more than 10 ethnic groups. They're very small. But so when they're going through stuff and they're talking, you don't really hear it, and it's a shame. But the only way to make their voices heard is to hold on to an identity that is actually bigger than the ethnicity, which is their faith. Is it true that Christians are being killed? Yes. Are they all being killed because they're Christians? Not exactly. And I've had these conversations with people, not one person, with people from the Middle Belt, and we kind of have the same understanding of what's happening. It's a strategy that makes sense. And I remember saying during the last election, when Pastor Eneche was saying the things he was saying, we were angry. I was like, I don't like the rhetoric, but I understand it. It's from Benue State. Right? They are experiencing the death. He sees this thing happening. It's from there. It's the way it's going to feel about it will be different from the way I would feel about it. Although I don't like the rhetoric, but I understand where it's coming from. It's the same thing with this thing. It's not Christian versus Muslim, but I understand why it has to be painted as Christian, because that's the way of getting, that's the way to get the stuff across to the entire world. Like, something is happening here, you guys see what's happening. 1 second, please. No, from time to time we have retards, people whose parents have failed them. They usually find their way here, and I can only take one per time. We have a number of them. All right. Like I said, your parents failed you. Noski, may God help you though. So they have to latch on to something that is bigger than the numbers, which is what they had in the ethnicities. So this is why it became like a Christian, you know, Muslim and Christian. And I'm saying this to say that there are some people who, in trying to say that it's not like it's a religious war, they also miss this fact that people are being killed. In different states across the Middle Belt, especially. Forget these clowns that are making noise, you know, pushing an agenda in Washington. We'll talk about them in a bit. But the real people that actually have the issue, the real people that are folks in the Middle Belt, and they have a legitimate basis for what they're talking about. People are being killed. However, the killings are actually happening because of land. There's no Christian land in that place. Nigeria has no Christian land or Muslim land. Nigeria has ancestral lands. Think about it for a second. People don't want your land because you are religious, they want that place for whatever reason, and you know why they would want the land. It's about the space. And some of this thing goes before Nigeria's independence, or goes back before Nigeria's independence. Like, things have been happening in that regard. Right? There are people, for instance, who can tell you of wars fought by their fathers in the Middle Belt more than 100 years ago, 150 years ago. It's beyond the faith thing, but faith will help amplify their concerns, amplify their cries, and finally the world will see what's going on. But it's true. And this is the issue. Please listen attentively. Don't misquote me in case somebody wants to quote what I want to say. If those people were animists, if they were traditional worshippers, they would still have been killed.
Jonathan, if the folks in the Middle Belt were traditional worshippers, they would still...
Jonathan, if the folks in the Middle Belt were traditional worshippers, they would still have been killed. Because that land is not about religion, it's about the space. It's about people that are going after what they possess. But it just so happens that the people who are there right now are Christians. And the way to get their grievances out to the world is by saying, and it is right that they're being killed. But we must be very careful not to now have this simplistic understanding of what's going on. It's Christian versus Muslim, because the Muslims killing those Christians are also killing some other Muslims in the same area.
To understand one does not cancel the other.
Now, those two things are not mutually exclusive. And to understand one does not cancel the other. And to acknowledge one does not cancel the other. To say, oh, they're only killing Muslims, does not mean they're not killing Christians. They're killing Christians, does not mean they're just Muslim versus Christian. And an American will see things like that based on two reasons. Number one, their own politics. All right? They're having, their own domestic issue. They interpret the world through the prism of their domestic issues. That's America. We know that. We know. Give some people maps. Now tell them to go for Australia. They'll be somewhere around Morocco. That's the kind of, we know, nothing happening outside the world really means much, unless, of course, it comes to what they're really concerned about. So that is there. Number two is what this man referred to. I'm going to read some to you. Then we'll now listen to some things. The man said this, and I think that it's important to take note of it.
Of course, they're not doing the best as far as.
By the way, someone said earlier that this shows that the Nigerian government has failed. Of course, they're not doing the best as far as security is concerned. They're not doing the best. Maybe they're doing their best, but it's definitely not the best. There's a lot more that the government can do. And I don't think the government is saying that, oh, we've been doing a fantastic job. Oh. It's just that at the end, no, they're not saying that. They're not saying that everything is perfect. Is that talking about school shootings in America? Does that mean that because of school shootings there's no security in America and the government is doing nothing? It's quite funny that when we talk about school shootings in America, everybody seems to understand. It's quite interesting. Quite interesting. All right, where is that thing I want to read? Good. It says here, Trump's eruption is a culmination of a years-long lobbying campaign in Washington by Biafran separatists who have cleverly repackaged their secessionist grievance as a struggle to save persecuted Christians. Since 2019, Biafran groups have declared more than $1 million on lobbying in Washington through Mercury Public Affairs, BW Global Group, and Daniel Golden. 1 second. Somebody says, so Pastor Neche should be lying. You are defending the Silverly Africa Socialist King. I pray that
because some of us, this is the problem in Nigeria.
Whatever is wrong with you, be healed. Because some of us, this is the problem in Nigeria sometimes. Some of you sit in the comfort of your homes and you just pontificate. Have you been to the Middle Belt? This is the problem with supporting Guinea blindly. What do you mean he's lying? How is he lying?
Well, folks in Benue said, no,
were people not killed?
Did you not see those videos? Did you? Even if you didn't visit.
Well, folks in Benue said, no, were they not being killed? Did you not see those videos? Did you? Even if you didn't visit, let's assume, maybe you are not around. Even if you did not visit, are you saying you didn't see that happen?
People who are pushing a false narrative are going to them.
See, there are two ways to these things. There are people who are pushing a false narrative and we are going to acknowledge the truth of what is happening. And again, there's this thing that Nigerians have to do, to be honest. We have to be able to compartmentalize. Like, people discuss politics in a very simplistic way. It's too pedestrian. If it's this, it cannot be this. It can be this and this. It's social sciences. It's not a pure science where if you mix chemical, you get something. You might get something else. 1 + 1 can be 11. And I'm going to go to the other one that I think you like. But let's first talk about the fact that if people from the Middle Belt are crying out, they are using Christianity because that's what to make people hear them. And what they are going through is real. Stop reducing it to they are lying. What do you mean they are lying? The person that his family member was killed, you are saying they are lying.
But this one that is true, acknowledge it.
It doesn't mean the other part is not true. The other part will get to it. But this one that is true, acknowledge it. I think this is one of the reasons, this is one of the problems we had, with this conversation about this whole thing, where Nigerians are like, nothing is happening. Muslims are also being killed.
Is that the conversation you're having at that moment? No.
Are Muslims being killed? Yes. Is that the conversation you're having at that moment? No.
Number one is that people are being killed.
there are like 3 conversations in this. I mean, at least 3. Number 1 is that people are being killed,
Although they're not necessarily being killed,
and that the ones who are shouting the most are the Christians being killed, although they're not necessarily being killed for their faith,
the people killing
but they are
also
Christians
killing
and they are being
Muslims.
killed. Number 2,
But the Muslims
the
have
people
not used
killing
that
them
to
are
shout
also
the word
killing
out.
Muslims.
And that's why the Christian rhetoric is louder.
But the Muslims have not used that one to shout in the word out, they are killing Muslims. And that's why the Christian rhetoric is louder. And it has to be louder because that's the only thing those other groups have in order to get their voices heard.
It's not like if I believe this one, I can't believe this one.
Neither of these 2 things are mutually exclusive.
Careful. Let's have
It's not like if I believe this one, I can't believe this one.
people also losing
Don't. Let's be careful. Let's have compassion on those who are also losing
argument across.
their lives, so that we don't assume like I just want to be right. I just want to get my argument across. I want to win an argument. I don't really care. It's just they're also killing Muslims. So, if for instance you lose money now, maybe in the stock market you lose money, and then you're feeling bad about it, then someone comes to you and then the person tells you, they also lost money last year. Would that do anything to you in that moment?
Also lost money in the stock market in
Person doesn't really care whether you lost money, just like I also lost money in the stock market in 1995. Kilo come.
I said earlier when I was talking about personation,
So the point is acknowledge that, and no, like I said earlier when I was talking about personated,
Muslim ticket, even though to me it makes no sense. There's no reason you shouldn't have Muslim tickets in Nigeria. Why can't you?
even though to me it makes no sense. There's no reason you shouldn't have Muslim tickets in Nigeria. Why can't you? If you have no Muslim ticket in this country, that means there will never be a Muslim president from Yoruba land.
But the man who says no Muslim
It's just what it is. We can discuss the details of that later.
that's it. What is
But the man who says no Muslim ticket, I get why he's saying it, even though I don't agree with him. And that is what he's saying from a perspective of what they are going through in his village is not a lie. Don't say it's a lie. It's also disrespectful to him.
so if I can do
Just imagine it tell you that what you are also saying
the first part is that Christians are
is a lie.
people are
Anyway,
killed in the north and they are Muslims.
so if I can those 2 things. The third part, so the first part is that people are being killed in the north and they are mostly Christians,
also being killed.
or the ones who are allowed this now, thank God they have been heard, are Christians. There are Muslims also being killed in the same north by the same group of people.
Middle belt.
Number 3, there's another group that lives very far away from the middle belt,
Someone says,
very far away from the action
"Say everything at the
place.
same time. Just focus on the matter."
Someone says, I'm fond of saying I'll discuss something later. I can't say everything at the same time. Just focus on the matter.
That
There's a group of people living far away from the hotspot though.
happening miles away from
That
home
group
to push
is
an
now
agenda
using
that will
the
suit their own narrative.
events happening miles away from
They're
home
not very smart.
to push an agenda
Put out
that will
videos
suit their own
yesterday.
narrative.
You don't know how dumb you can be.
And they're not very
The
smart.
person only announced that
They put out videos yesterday. I don't know how dumb you can be.
And all of you moved
The person
out,
only announced that they will
making
begin
videos
calling CPC. Nigeria is country of particular concern. And all of you moved out making videos and saying that you are the ones who have been pushing this thing for years.
from the article I read earlier.
If you think I'm lying, just hold on. I'll read to you. Let me first read this one from the article I read earlier. It says Trump's eruption is a culmination of a years-long lobbying campaign in Washington by Biafran separatists.
There's nothing. It's not happening in Igbo
The
land.
issue is not happening in Biafra. In fact, there's no Biafra there. Let's stop all this kidding. There's nothing. It's not happening in Igbo land.
To push a narrative.
But they have
Even though the
used
leader says it was a Jew.
What's happening in the Middle Belt to push a narrative, even though their leader says it was a Jew.
He went to the Western Wall. No,
He says he went to Israel and putting on a shawl. I think he went to the Western Wall. He says he's a Judaist or Jew, but suddenly,
hey,
because of what's happening elsewhere, they have to plug into that and say, hey, the people that are saying it's happening here too. Christians are being killed.
years-long lobbying campaign in
How do I know? Stay with me. Trump's eruption is a culmination of a years-long lobbying campaign in Washington by Biafran separatists who have cleverly repackaged their secessionist grievance as a struggle to save persecuted Christians. Have declared more than $1 million on lobbying in Washington through Mercury Public Affairs, that's number 1, BW Global Group, number 2, and Daniel Golden, number 3.
or we are thinking people.
Oh, you probably won't believe this because you're a thinking person. Or we are thinking people. So you're like, possible ki on shen kobe. kó wá sọ pé òun lòún ṣe tí ò tí pé it's even up to 48 hours is the declaration of CPC. Anyway, if in case you are doubting what I'm saying, let me play you something and then I'll explain.
Oh, good. In fact, before I play, I think I should read something first. I'm not sure.
Oh, good. In fact, before I play, I think I should read something first. I'm not sure. Let's play it first. Listen to this and see how wonderfully interesting this is. Take a listen, please.
Thank you, President Trump. Yeah, you did it.
Putting
We love you.
control of CPC.
Yes. Yes.
Make it happen. The best president in the whole wide world.
Yes.
God bless you, Trump.
God bless you, Trump.
Good. More to come. More to come.
Yes. 2, 3. President Trump.
Yeah.
You did it.
Putting
We love you.
control of CPC.
Yes. Yes.
Make it happen. The best president in the whole wide world.
Yes.
God bless you, Trump.
God bless you, Trump.
Good. More to come. More to come.
Yes.
Let's say
I need to stop. I'm not serious. I see you in the comment section. Let's say that
you're not serious. I see you in the comment section. Let's say that
Donald Trump,
you want something, right?
let's assume he's
And then
taking the first step.
President Donald Trump has taken the first step. Let's assume he's doing it for you. He has taken the first step by declaring Nigeria a country of particular concern.
The question should be,
Now, if you're a thinking person, which I don't think a lot of these people are, if you're a thinking person, the question should be, you know that it's a marathon,
therefore, if you have
and that what you just have is a milestone, not a destination. Therefore, if you had sense, you'll still be hiding and cooking strategically.
things that they put out there. In fact, one of
But, Bill, I say we're expecting too much. Let me read some of the things that they put out there. In fact, one of this group is called American Veterans of Igbo Descent,
Dear President Donald Trump,
and they put out this statement. Dear President, these are the people. Dear President Donald Trump, God bless you for standing up for the amazing people of our beloved Nigeria and for righteousness around the world. We are avid American veterans of Igbo descent, native Nigerians, now loyal Americans who served proudly in the United States military. We know the terrain in Nigeria.
we were trained to the best in the United States military.
We know the terrain in Nigeria. We were trained to the best standards of the United States military. We know the people. We know the issues. Sir, we are ready for action. Let us help. We are here. We are. Send us.
They're called AVID, American Veterans of Igbo Descent.
They are called AVID. AVID, American Veterans of Igbo Descent. Does this in any way remind you of ABN in 1993?
Here we are,
Association for Better Nigeria.
to do what? To invade Nigeria. Because of what?
Here we are, send us. You know the terrain. To do what? To invade Nigeria. Because of what? Because you want Biafra. If you really want Biafra, what's the way to get in Biafra?
Nobody's holding.
See, the way to get Biafra is one of the. I see someone in the comment section say, why not just let them go? Nobody's holding Igbo's back.
2 million match, Abacha match.
No, that was Nwosu Ades. That was Daniel Kanu was 2 million match, Abacha match. ABN was Nwosu himself and trying to annul the elections. Anyway, what was this? Was it Othon Zeribe? Sorry, Othon Zeribe. Was it Zeribe? My head. Where I'm going, I'm trying to say. Let me answer one by one, please. It wasn't Zeribe. Thank you. ABN wasn't Zeribe. Thank you. Somebody said in the comment section, why not let them go? If they really want to leave, the question should be asked. And by the way, if you are Yoruba, don't ask questions like this.
When people say
Once it gets here,
who is holding anybody?
once it gets here, when people say things, let them go.
There's a process
Who is holding anybody?
until a representative of
There's
the
a
people
process.
says
If
this
you want
thing
to
in the
see,
parliament. I don't think they're serious.
until a representative of the people from the Southeast says this thing in the parliament, I don't think they are serious.
And what do? Now they're
Somebody has to say, a representative in parliament should say it.
not a coincidence. They're working on.
And what do they do? Now they're working on constitutional amendment.
If you really want this new place, you ask for a referendum to be included in the constitution. And what
You want this new place? You ask for a referendum to be included in the constitution.
You can't hear me.
And once it's included,
Hear me?
you can't hear me.
Somebody says they can't hear me. Maybe you're just
Can you hear me?
don't worry. You trigger that clause. I mean, you.
Somebody says they can't hear me. Maybe you're just joining. You hear me. Don't worry.
I mean, don't forget that 1954.
You trigger that clause. I mean, you number one have that clause included. Don't forget that 1954 it was your representative that said there must be no inclusion of secession clause. 1954. You have been crying about it since 1963. Now that's okay. So what you need to do is now get another representative to push for that in Parliament. Once they get it, it's referendum. And then people will vote. And if you want to leave, you leave. It might take a year or 2 or 3 or 5 or 10, depending on how fast they push it. But no, you are telling Oyinbo, here we are, send us. We are ready for action.
People don't have the gifts of strategy. Anyway, let me read a few things. One of the people who stood with.
Some people don't have the gifts
Gentleman who was there,
of strategy. Anyway, let me read a few things. One of the people who stood with the gentleman who was here in Nigeria a while back,
he was one of the people
former mayor of one of the towns in Texas. He was one of the people here in this video where they're saying, yes, take all over the nation, we are best president. Anyway, one of them is Kanunta Kanu. He says, I sincerely want to thank Mike Arnold. That's the man I was talking about, ex-mayor of Texas. He wasn't mayor of Texas, he was mayor of one town in Texas. And Senator Ted Cruz, and so on. Come these groups, American Veterans of Igbo Descent, AVID, Ambassadors for Self-Determination and Rising Sun Foundation. That's the one that, what's the name of this guy?
Kanu.
What's the name of this guy that's in detention? I was telling them to go and collect money for him. Kanu. That's one he was talking to. Anyway, Ambassadors for Self-Determination for Rising Sun Foundation for the outstanding job they have done and are still doing, which has prompted the American president to react to the Christian genocide long going on in Nigeria. 30th October 2025, picture men celebrating the desolation of Nigerian state as a country of particular concern. Is that group, the AVID USA? Number one, you will fail. But number two, the reason you also fail is because I don't think people are gifted to do some things. Let's even assume you are doing this. Why not just Yorùbá sọ pé tí iṣu ẹyin bá ta kí wọ́n fọwọ́ bò àwọn àgbààgbà pé o wọ́n gbọ́n o àwọn àgbààgbà yẹn gbọ́n Yorùbá dẹ̀ pé lédè tí iṣu ẹyin bá ta ká fọwọ́ bò jẹ.
How do I say that in English?
Ẹni yóò gan ò tí ì ta, it's just beginning to ta.
Say you're roasting your yam.
How do I say that in English? So we have a proverb in Yoruba land. Say you're roasting your yam and it's working, right? Your yam it's cooking. There is a system, you eat it in a way that, you have to protect what it is that you have. Now you are shouting about issue that you put it inside fire, you never even cook. Don't they tell the whole world, say, we are the ones that did it. What did you do? Is your goal to get president to call Nigeria CPC or your goal to have your own nation? And how do we know this? From things like this. The AVID guys. That's why people are living abroad all these years. They've lived abroad. They've gone to school. They have degrees, but it's still the same mindset. At this rate, it's congenital. Anyway, while we're still reading that to try and understand what's in the sub, some of the representatives, especially in the US, began to put out some things that let us realize exactly what this is about.
One of them, his name is Gunther Felling. I called the EU to recognize the Biafra Republic.
One of them, his name is Gunther Fellinga-Jan. He says, I called the EU to recognize the Biafra Republic emerging out of failed ex-Nigeria and remind the free world that we failed Biafra in 1967 to 1970 during the liberation war to our eternal shame. We must make up for our failure and endorse Biafra Republic now. Was this what the Christian genocide thing was about? It was not about the Middle Belt. It was not about the people being displaced. How did it become about Biafra?
Another one says the indigenous people of Biafra, led by the unlawfully incarcerated Mazi.
Another one says the indigenous people of Biafra, led by the unlawfully incarcerated Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, are victims of the Nigerian government's support for Islamic jihadists. So the reason they incarcerated Nnamdi Kanu is because he's a Christian.
Anyway,
Wow.
in case you are wondering where I got that from, let me read a full
Wow.
letter from the same group.
Anyway, in case you are wondering where I got that from, let me read a full letter from the same group, Avid. You guys need to be smarter than this. November 2nd. Ha. You can't pull something like this out. It's so early.
Anyway, let me read to you what they wrote. American veterans of Igbo descent.
Who advises these people? Anyway, let me read to you what they wrote here.
The White House, 16
American veterans of Igbo descent. The White House, November 2nd, 2025, the White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue,
veterans of Igbo
Washington, D.C. Dear President Donald Trump,
warmly welcome the recent
the American veterans of Igbo descent sincerely and warmly welcome the recent designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, by your administration. We want to express our deep gratitude for this action, which offers renewed courage to Christians in Nigeria to continue practicing their religion. The whistleblower behind this genocidal act is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who prophesied the killing of Christians by the terrorist groups sponsored by the government years ago. Mr. Kanu is still detained illegally in solitary confinement over 4 years without charges. Without charges. Prophesied. We are ready and willing to assist in any efforts aimed at the liberation and protection of Christians in Nigeria. God bless President Trump and God bless the United States of America. Their name, President and Secretary. Wow. Wow. Our children should not write letters like this. It's too early. It won't even work, sir. You guys, you are the same. When it comes to strategy, I mean, there will be people who are not there are exceptions, but again, exceptions prove the rule. Jesus is Lord. You're saying Nnamdi Kanu is there because a whistleblower. Whistleblowing for who? Is he a hunter? I'll be an hunter then. So, the point I'm trying to make is a lot of things are coming out now, making it very clear that this whole thing was not about the Middle Belt.
They need help.
And that's what's painful.
Nigeria needs help, particularly
Because like I said, they need help. Nigeria needs help, particularly in the Middle Belt. Let's not joke around. Nigeria needs help, particularly in the Middle Belt, in the North. And people are being killed, and many of them are Christians. It is true.
But apparently some people who have not.
So if that's what we're really talking about, maybe it might make sense. But apparently some people who have nothing to do with the Middle Belt, whose governors are saying that they are the ones killing themselves, and that if you go to the forest, you will have Emmanuel and Peter, that they're all Christians. And by the way, that's Governor Soludo, not me. How is it that this thing is about Christian? Anyway, it doesn't make sense. I know you know. One of the other representatives is, pushing this thing that let me read to you one of the representatives. This is Dr. Faris, he's a media personality in Washington. Shouldn't be surprised. You heard about the $1 million that have been used for this lobbying in the last 1 year. We read that earlier. Walid Faris says, glad President of the United States made a second statement about the massacre of Christians in the Middle East today and ordered the Pentagon to prepare for action if the government of Nigeria doesn't protect the Christian community from jihadi attacks. Which jihadi attacks is happening in the Southeast? I don't know. Anyway, let's continue. Please, if you do, when the time comes to come up, please feel free to tell us. So it says here that he has ordered the Pentagon to prepare for action if the government of Nigeria doesn't protect the Christian community from jihadi attacks. If massacres do not stop, the U.S. could take action. One possible global action could be an intervention in the South, from Biafra to Plateau, to push back the jihadists and Boko Haram. A lesser action will be to use air assets against the terrorists. Communities from Western Syria to Darfur are watching for events in Nigeria.
What's happening in the Middle Belt?
Kilo kan Biafra with what's happening in the middle
Let's
belt.
talk about the Nsukka area.
They don't share borders. Unless, of course, you're talking about the Nsukka, Enugu, the Nsukka area, that sector. What is the connection?
We're saying this because
There's one that's actually very, very specific. I'll see if I can find that one. We're saying this because, guys, let me tell you what's happening right now. What's happening right now is that there's a repeat of history.
that what happened may also happen.
There's a repeat of history. And it's a shame that what happened may also happen. And I pray it doesn't.
They were very specific about where the government of the United States should start fighting.
I'll see if I can find that. That one, they were very specific about where the government of the United States should start fighting from.
How can you show yourself to be this dumb? Like, it's too early.
How can you show yourself to be this dumb? Like, it's too early.
1 second. Yeah, I'm going to play something from Daily Farotimi very soon. I think.
1 second. Then I'm going to play something from Daily Farotimi very soon. I think for the first time, well, not first time to be honest, I said something that makes sense before. But for the first time, I actually said something that makes sense in this political matter. He always says, let me make it very clear. He says sensible stuff. For instance, his book, Do Not Die in the War, fantastic book. But most of his rhetoric on Nigerian politics and Afenifere leaves very little to be desired. So I'm not this guy like that. But on this matter, I think it makes sense. I'm looking for that thing. I'll find it. Okay, the same Gunther put out a map. And he says something very interesting. He says, how many states should emerge from ex-Nigeria? And this guy put up a map with different ethnic groups. Hausa, Fulani, Kanuri, Tiv, Ekoi, Idoma, Igala, the Igbo, Ibibio, Ijo, Yoruba, Edo. If they want to create countries...
And by the way, to those in the comment section, this is not the words of
no problem. And by the way, to those in the comment section, this is not the words of somebody who's like, don't break Nigeria, we need it. You need Nigeria more than I do. These clowns need Nigeria more than any other group in this country. That's the funny part of this whole thing. The funniest part of it. But I'll see if I can find that thing. They actually mentioned Mari Kiniyo, Mumbo, Mari. Let me not waste time. They mentioned, God is good. I found it. The same Wali, it says Port Harcourt. To deter, listen to what these guys are cooking. To deter Boko Haram and other jihadist groups in Nigeria, and to stop the massacres of Christians and threats against moderate Muslims, I advise the Trump administration to establish an emergency base in Port Harcourt, the main port city of the Biafra region. Such a move would enable the rapid deployment of international humanitarian aid, particularly assistance from American churches. Port Harcourt. Someone says it means oil. You may not understand that until you read a statement put out by the so-called Office of the Acting President, or Office of the Acting Prime Minister, Biafra Republic Government in Exile. It was in July.
It was in July, and they put out some things you wonder why.
It was in July, and they put out some things you wonder why. But let me read some of the things they wrote here. Office of the Acting Prime Minister, I don't know if it's the one in Finland, but it is what it is. Biafra Republic Government in Exile in talks with U.S. government over deal, makes offer public. Biafra Republic Government in Exile, BRGIE, led currently by Acting Prime Minister Ogechukwu Nkere, has discussed with U.S. officials possible agreements between the BRGIE and U.S. government and so on and so forth. But the part I want to say, so they went on to say, we have been in discussions with several U.S. officials regarding agreements between BRGIE and the United States government. We have offered several items which we will now make public, including but are not limited to the following. Number one, defense agreement between the United States government and Biafra, including allowing for the United States to have permanent military bases in Biafra, as well as access to seaports. You don't have seaports.
Access to seaports where?
Can you give what you don't have? Access to seaports where? Establish a close counterterrorism, The fourth one is even crazy. Establish economic agreements between United States and Biafra, especially in the areas of critical minerals and oil and gas, which would include preferential treatment and concessions for U.S. companies. These guys have sold
Getting oil and gas. What do you have to give them?
You are talking about American getting seaports, getting oil and gas. Which one? What do you have to give them? Where?
This is what this whole thing.
The equal people that are still talking. That's when I saw that thing this morning, that they should go to Port Harcourt. I was like, oh, so this is what this whole thing is about.
The real issue in the middle.
So I said all of that to say this.
Understand that there's something,
Having acknowledged the real issue in the Middle Belt,
and it's not necessary
we have to understand that there's something else going on here.
because
And it's not necessarily because of folks in the Middle Belt. And it's sad.
they need all
And it's sad because, to be honest, and I've been consistent with this, they need all the help they can get. They are experiencing terrible stuff. They feel neglected, and their faith is their shield, and they are right to use it based on what they are going through. But in reality, the conversation is beyond Christian versus Muslim. It's more ethnic than religion. Then the third part is this: another group is using them to push a narrative. Because why on earth would anybody be telling Donald Trump to build a base in Port Harcourt? Guys, you have a map. Do you have a map? I'll see if I can find the map. There's no, it's not close. They are far from each other. In fact, I'll see if I can find one. I think I saw one earlier. If you have one, please look. Number one, there's no connection. The worst part is people. Okay, I've seen it.
This is the map of Nigeria. That's the southeast somewhere in there. Where is it?
This is the map of Nigeria.
That's the south.
That is the southeast somewhere in there. Where is it?
Exactly will
So that yellow spot, that's the southeast. How exactly will
up here. Where is it?
Port Harcourt down here help the Middle Belt up here? I mean, where is it? My finger up here. How will you launch?
This is has nothing to do with Yoruba, so what do you? How does it concern?
The beautiful thing, of course, is that this thing has nothing to do with Yoruba, so whatever. But the real, how does it concern me? Because I'm Nigerian.
Of course, I want the people to get out the epic.
I think they're talking about occupying Nigeria. Whilst, of course, I want the people to get all the help they can get, we also have seen the pattern that whenever the US goes somewhere to liberate them, those people will have to now look for the definition of liberation. They have to look for the definition of liberation once they are liberated, because we don't know what's going to come out of it. We cannot be sure what's going to be the outcome. Therefore, we can't be celebrating. And you have to be very dumb to think this is in any way a good thing. People are saying things like, somebody who's supposed to be an intellectual, boy, said the US has promised they will just come. It's going to be surgical. They will come and go. Like, were you born yesterday? They will come and go.
No, it's not
Why?
come and go. They went to do in Africa.
Why would they come and go? It's just come and go. No, it's not come and go. They went to do in Afghanistan. How many come and go have they come and gone? It's not that easy. Anyway, one more thing I want to read on this matter before we move on. I hope it's just one. Okay, I want to play a couple of videos. I was going to play.
I don't like that. I want to play it.
So somebody sent me this video yesterday. I feel bad. I don't like the fact I want to play it.
I'm not going to play it. I'll just tell you what the video is about, because what the man said is an insult to his people.
I'm not going to play it.
In fact, there are two, but it's insulting. The video is
True.
insulting. So
But it's insulting.
people don't. Talking about their ability to think.
The videos are insulting. So they're saying, oh, the people don't, they're talking about their ability to think and come up with logical solutions. And they were basically lambasting their ethnicity. I don't. It's not my place to play that. So I hope they'll be fine. But let me play something from Dele Farotimi. Take a listen, please.
Like I say, it's better. Let's cook now, play it.
If your people are telling that you're not thinking straight, people I say it's better. Let's cook now, play it. I'll think about it. Let me play Deliver to me first, since I've mentioned his name. Take a listen, please.
Complicit in what has happened to us. You can help us. Yes, you can. America can be a true friend to progressive forces in Nigeria, but not by coming in with your guns blazing. We don't need you coming into our country, guns blazing. Just stand by the truth and insist on the right things being done. Now you have discovered the cherished Christians in Nigeria. Where were these cherished Christians in 2014, 2015? When the Obama regime, whether you like it or not, at the end of the day, the American government. When the Abacha and when the Obama regime was busy helping to install the APC government, which brought in the reign of Islamists and the attendant security challenges that we are facing today, that have been killing these same cherished Christians in droves for over a decade. What has America been doing about it, and what did America ever say? So I'm happy that all of a sudden America remembers that there are cherished Christians in Nigeria, but there are also cherished Muslims. There are cherished Shia Christians, Shia Muslims, who have been slaughtered in hundreds without America saying a word for years. So yeah, I agree with you in total. The Nigerian government had better move fast, because if it doesn't move fast, this country will be gone, whether America comes in gun blazing or not. And that is as far as it concerns the Americans. My enemy's enemy is not my friend. But the Americans are not our enemies. But they are also not our friends. Americans are Americans. Donald Trump is beholden to the American people. And it is his interest that Americans are bettered. So at any point in time, understand that he is elected to serve Americans. And when he's speaking promoting American interests. There are cherished Christians who are today being slaughtered in America, treated like animals in American detention centers, clamped in cages, and they are Christians. Latin Americans don't come more Christian than that. They're Catholics, largely Catholics. They don't ask your identity before they clamp you in their detention camps. So please, I do not require Mr. Donald Trump to tell me how nasty my country has become. It is nasty. Does it need help? Yes, we need help. Do we need to find ourselves? Yes, we do. Has Donald Trump lied in any way? No. He largely told the truth. My own position is that yes, help us, but we must help ourselves. It is up to us to help ourselves. Now, why I said I'll lay down the American case first is because it dovetails into what I had already set myself this week. No saints.
Be careful when you ask. When you're just America should come. When America arrives, don't complain. No. Maybe arrive in your part of the country. I know people will not say amen. That video, someone has written something in the comment section. Maybe I will play it, but let me read something to you. I think this will make me play it. This thing about to read will make me play that video. IPOB mobilizes members for mass protests in Washington, D.C. to stop Tinubu's delegation coming to polish Nigerian image. This is from Sahara Reporters. The indigenous people of Biafra in the United States, IPOB, is mobilizing for a mass protest in Washington, D.C. to oppose the visit of a high-level Nigerian government delegation reportedly traveling to America to polish, quote-unquote, Nigeria's image. In a statement issued on Monday by Comrade Emma Powerful, the Media and Publicity Secretary of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, the Biafran group said the planned demonstration would be peaceful but unmistakably powerful. According to this statement, the group accused President Bola Tinubu. I'll take like 1 second, please.
In a statement issued on Monday,
I'll take it again.
the Media and Publicity Secretary
In a statement issued on Monday by Comrade Emma Powerful, the Media and Publicity Secretary of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, the Biafran group
accused President Bola Tinubu's administration of attempting to deceive the international
accused President Bola Tinubu's administration of attempting to deceive the international community into believing that Nigeria enjoys peace, justice, and religious freedom. What? There's no religious freedom in the Southeast. Oh, but this is news to me. Oh. Wonderful. I'm coming. I'm trying to monitor this thing on YouTube. So it says, according to the statement, the group accused President Bola Tinubu's administration of attempting to deceive the international community into believing that Nigeria enjoys peace, justice, and religious freedom, despite what he described as ethnic cleansing, forced displacement, and mass killings across the country. A high-level delegation of Nigerians is reportedly heading to the United States to polish Nigeria's battered international image and deceive world leaders into believing that peace, justice, and religious freedom exist in that country. They want to cover the blood, the statement read. We say no. We will not allow the same government presiding over ethnic cleansing, forced displacement, church burnings, abductions, and mass burials of indigenous peoples to rewrite the narrative while the victims are still bleeding. The group said the protest aims to raise our voices, in quote, with thunder in the capital of the free world, which you cannot build in your space. How sad. Declaring solidarity with former US President Donald Trump's stance against ethno-religious genocide in Nigeria. The thing is long, but let me play something from an able one, because to be honest, I think this is apt at this particular moment. Take a listen, please. All right. Take a listen, please.
The more I see some of us Igbos communicate online, the more I have lost hope for the Igbos. We're not intelligent people. You would think that we're intelligent. The Igbos that are online are the least intelligent of species I have met. I've yet to encounter. We don't have reasoning faculty. We think from our innocence. We have a lot of sentiment that we don't have logic. It's a shame. It's scary. It's really scary. And this is the people that want Biafra. God forbid bad thing. God forbid that I'll be a nation with people that think like this. Seriously. The inability to comprehend, to reason beyond a bigotry, to reason beyond the programming is what is keeping us deluded the way we are. That is why we watch things and we choose to interpret it a certain way when it's very clear what the problem really is. The group of Igbos online who argue and debate are the least intelligent of species I have yet to meet in my entire life. Unfortunately, I'm one, and I'm ashamed of those people. I'm ashamed to be called Igbo. To fear one.
You see sense. And I see why they talk say Igbos do not get sense. You see the Igbos, you see sense. They are lack of sense. Igbos are lack of sense, so they are very lack of sense. That's the each time I do my video, I always they put and say a Igbo boy. Igbos are one of the useless people so far that always lack of sense. You see?
I don't like that useless thing that you're saying, but it is what it is. Someone on YouTube, Lawal Tunde, says that was the same way they exposed their plans in 1945 and 1948. They will always fail in their evil machinations. Sincerely, guys, if you read Nigeria's history, we studied Nigeria history here, so I'm sure we already know these things. There's no way on earth that we should, generally speaking, even if you're Yoruba, there's no way on earth we should be repeating the mistakes of the past if we want to prove that we are evolving humans.
One of the things you see in evolution, right?
We want to prove that we have one of the things you see in evolution, right, or in human development, is the ability to have what we call in tech retrospectives, where you can say, okay, this happened, right? What did I do well? What did you do well? What didn't you do well? How can I make it better? And then you improve on that, right? That's what I think that's what Japanese Caucasian. The idea basically is that you are like there's constant improvement. You cannot have that if you cannot be honest about your past. The problem is that what you are seeing is the people who constantly do the same thing, and you will come up with plans to do things to others, and then you are celebrating too early, then you get in trouble, then you say, then you blame everybody for being bigots, and then you go in trouble. If you are Igbo and you're young, may God help you. May God give you the right leaders, and may it is well with your region. It is well with Nigeria. No evil will happen in this country, and I hope the federal government actually gets busy, right, engaging the American president. Like we said earlier from the news we read earlier, that there's an invitation to the summit in South Africa, and that the president of Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu, will be going there. And so these clowns in Washington who said they want to protest, right, after they heard that President Tinubu will be there to meet with the Vice President J.D. Vance, they shouldn't bother anymore, because he will not be going to Washington. He will be on his way to South Africa to meet with President Trump there, and I hope they actually sort this out, because it's actually important. We can't take this thing and just say, oh, it doesn't really matter. It does. It does. Two more things about this thing. I've been saying one or two more things, Abi. It might be, is because Ẹkáàbọ, the meeting is bolted. No,
you don't hear Peter Obi say anything on this matter.
Have you noticed that somehow you don't hear Peter Obi say anything on this matter? I don't know if you've heard the loud silence. The silence is so loud it's deafening. That's a person who has opinion about every single thing that happens in every region in this country and everything.
If he says it is good,
the way he is right now, he's between the rock and the hard place. If he says it is good,
if he says it is a good thing,
if he says it's not good, it is a good thing, then Nigeria will say that this one is not fit to be president. If he says it's not good, then he's based. Take back your country again. Atiku has been quiet as well, but the ADC has had to release a statement. Obi just tweeted now. I'll read this tweet. Anyway, let me read from the ADC. I like the way they began. At least those ones that are thinking like Nigeria. It says, we are guided by the painful reality that what is really at stake on this issue are the thousands of human lives that have been lost to insecurity in Nigeria, irrespective of their tribe, religion, or region. We therefore seize this moment to pay tribute to the memory of all the victims and express our deepest sympathies to their families. And I talk about the fact that the government has to do something. They even said that President Tinubu has failed. I don't think so. I don't think he has failed. I think he has a lot to do, but I don't share that sentiment. But I mean, it's an opposition party, so it makes sense. I mean, it's opposition for a reason. That's how opposition parties play their game. So it says, available reports indicate that nearly 15,000 lives have been lost to sundry violent activities since the administration assumed office in 2023. These deaths have occurred across regions and religions, underlining a national crisis that cuts across all divides and still endangers us all, regardless of tribe, religion, or region. Entire communities have been sacked, worshippers have been slaughtered in religious spaces, and bandits now control large territories in our country, waging war at will and levying taxes on citizens with impunity. Boko Haram, once declared as technically degraded, is once again growing in strength, while another international group makes open claims of carrying out successful attacks on Nigeria. So it's quite long, but at least they've spoken, and I think it's important that these things are taken seriously. All right. Someone says Peter Obi says something. Let me check, and then I'll read what I really want to read. But let's see if Peter Obi has said anything that is worth. Oh, he did. The recent announcement by the U.S. government 3 minutes ago. You are following him, go. This speech going through this speech now. Anyway, let me read it. The recent pronouncement by the U.S. government declaring Nigeria a country of particular concern, CPC, and by the way, who amongst us here, when you heard CPC, you first thought of, Buhari's party? That's what I first thought about when I heard CPC. Kicking in CPC, not Paroi. I never just connected this with country of particular concern, for the first maybe 30 minutes. This is what they're calling CPC all over the place. Anyway, this is Peter Obi. It says the recent pronouncement by the U.S. government declaring Nigeria a country of particular concern, CPC, and indicating possible military action should give every well-meaning Nigerian serious concern. There is no doubt that Nigeria is experiencing an unprecedented level of insecurity with attendant carnage and the most shocking loss of lives and property. According to Amnesty International, over 10,000 people have been killed in Nigeria since May 2023, and as I have repeatedly lamented, the unwarranted and unprovoked killing of Nigerians is most condemnable, and all efforts must be made to bring it to a stop. It is equally important to state that the terrible situation is significantly avoidable with competent leadership and governance. While this insecurity did not start with the present government, what is most unfortunate is the lack and absence of competence, commitment, prudent use of resources, patriotism. This guy thinks he's smart. Patriotism and passion on the part of APC-led government or leaders to effectively galvanize and lead Nigeria where no one is unwarrantedly oppressed and killed. A nation where peace, truth, and justice reign. As democracies, Nigeria and the US have long been strategic partners committed to regional peace and security. That relationship should not falter. The present situation calls for constructive diplomatic and any other plausible engagement by both nations aimed at addressing the prevailing and disturbing security concerns. Both countries must work in concert and expeditiously towards that purpose. There is something missing in all of this. I don't know if you noticed. Not one time was religion mentioned. Not one time was Christian or Christians or Christianity mentioned. Not one time did you hear the word Muslim. This is a joke. All these fluffy things. May not be like say I don't see anything. Now waiting this thing with that.
It's because they said it is Christian, Muslim versus Christian.
The main reason they are doing this is because they said it is Christian, Muslim versus Christian. You didn't say anything about that. It is well. I'm sure, people that eat from a stable, well, that's not, it does something. Let's not make it look as if there's nothing good in it. There's something good, at least it's talking about the Nigerian government and the United States government working together, so that makes sense. But then, the crux of the matter itself is not addressed, and that was intentional. Well, the only good thing is that we know that some people's dreams is well. Let's just move to something else.
This from Naira Metrics. The federal government will end the sale of tickets.
All right. This from Naira Metrics. The federal government will end the sale of tickets in dollar soon. According to the president of the National Association of Nigerian Travel Agencies, Yinka Folami, the agency's president described the cross-border trading in foreign currency as a crime against the economy. I think they will not. Well, let me read a few more things. Those of us in the aviation space understand that until we have a strong Nigerian carrier to stand in the gap, these issues will persist. I'm happy to inform Nigerians that the government is squarely addressing the issue of ticket sales in foreign currency, and that is the latest update on the matter, Folami said. He argued that the move by foreign airlines was against the rules, adding that it puts pressure on the Naira and foreign exchange. With all this thing we are doing, how come they will not make you particular is concerned? I'll bring some people up, right? We'll get back to, still have some things to cover here, but I think on this particular matter, I already said what I think about it. And just in case you're just joining us, thank you very much for being here. We thank you for power tapping on TikTok. Thank you for liking on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, and on Twitch. Thank you very much for your support. And in case you're not here when I said what I said earlier, the point is this. There are many things happening at the same time. And to reduce it to a religious crisis is to be simplistic. It's to be pedestrian in your understanding of complex issues. the issue itself is not about religion, although it is true that many people in the Middle Belt particularly are being, killed, and a lot of terrible things are going on there. People are being maimed, there's carnage, people are dying, families are being separated, mothers are seeing their kids murdered, and fathers are not able to help their families. These things are happening, and it is true, right? And it's important to acknowledge it, and the government needs to do more, right, to make those places safe, especially for the indigenous people. However, the word indigenous tells you something. This thing is not about religion, it's about indigene or indigeneity. So it's not the religious people, it's the indigenous people. It's not a fight for your religious identity, it's actually a fight for ancestral ownership of land and other things that come with it. It just so happens that the people who are mostly hurt and who are the main victims in the Middle Belt specifically are Christians. But this is the point. They are Christians. You can't change that. But we have to be very careful not to assume that the reason they are being attacked is just because they are Christians. They're not just being killed for their faith, and that's all. It's deeper than that. And that's why I discovered that when they kill Muslims as well, it's not because they are Muslims. It's because there's something more. And in most cases, not all, but in most cases, it has to do with land and resources. And the government needs to do more. And Nigerians also should be very careful not to brush aside the concerns of people from the north, particularly Middle Belt. If you have not experienced it, please speak to one person from there, from Plateau, from Benue State, from Taraba, from Southern Kaduna. Please talk to them. Let them share with you how they feel. Yes, it is not because of Christianity, to be honest, but it's also important to acknowledge what they're going through and then understand why they have to give it a religious coloration, because that's the only way they can be heard. They are very small groups. I said it earlier, there are many ethnic groups in that part where you find like 5 million people in the entire ethnicity. 4 million, 3 million. It's not like the big ones, we, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, big ethnic groups. Even the Kanuri, they are big. They just are bigger than many of the groups in the Middle Belt. So using religious identity helps them to project, their concerns and help them to, and then people hear what they're going through. So it's important to do something to take care of those ones. The ones in the southeast who are now using the crisis in the north to agenda, like they say, to push the agenda and to further the narrative, they should be condemned. What is happening in the southeast is not Christian versus Muslim, it's Christian versus Christian. I didn't say that. The governor of Anambra State said that. And in case you came in, you were not here when we listened to him, I think we should do this one more time and then we'll move on to other things. The governor of Anambra State, Governor Charles Soludo, he had a media exchange with the media. 1 second. I'm looking for the video. Ogao. I thought I played it earlier, right? No, give me a second. I want you to listen to it just so that maybe I just read it. But it's important to listen to it because the folks who are suffering from these things are not the ones who are making this noise. The people going through it are really going through it, and they're not the ones, talking about installing something humanitarian clinic in and creating a base in Port Harcourt in order to help people in the Middle Belt. Geography to the rescue. You create a base in Port Harcourt in order to help people in the Middle Belt. Listen to Soludo, please.
Worldwide. We took a census of Igbos in the north. When the northern youths issued quit notice to the Igbos, I was the chairman of the Planning and Strategy Committee of Ohanes and Igbo War.
This is a different thing. This one is about Igbo migration. The one I want to play is about You know what? I'm just going to read it because of time. Can't find. By the way, I think the audio was even not too good. C Mark says, "Is Port Harcourt in your region? Is it in yours?"
C-Max, answer my question. If it makes sense, I promise to answer yours.
Is it in yours?
I'm not
C Max, answer my question. If it makes sense, I promise to answer yours. But I'm not holding my breath because, I mean, using the word sense in the same sentence as your name is actually an anomaly. And I take the blame. Let's read what Soludo said. Let's not waste time listening because the audio is not too good. I'm just going to read it. Chuku Ludo, Governor of Anambra, says Nigeria's security challenges are more complex than a Christian versus Muslim conflict. Soludo, speaking during a media chat on Sunday, Soludo said President Donald Trump's threat to protect Nigerians in Nigeria. I'll take that slowly. Speaking during a media chat on Sunday, Soludo says President Donald Trump's threat to protect Christians in Nigeria oversimplifies the issue. He said, while the U.S. has the right to hold opinions on global matters, any form of intervention must respect international law and Nigeria's sovereignty. Quote, as a country, America has its own rights to have its own views about what is going on elsewhere, he said. But when it comes to what it does, I'm sure it must also act within the realm of international law. I'm just going to go straight to what it says is happening in the Southeast. According to Soludo, most of the killings in the Southeast are not driven by religion, but by internal conflicts. People are killing themselves. Christians killing Christians, he said. The people in the bushes are Emmanuel, Peter, John, all Christian names, and they have maimed and killed thousands of youth. It has nothing to do with religion, unquote. There is no religion, anything. The only thing that's happening in religion in the Southeast is Catholic versus Anglican, courtesy the Messiah. Nobody should come and be bread Kuala Lumpur. I'm going to bring some people up. We'll talk more about other things later, but we've been here for a bit. I'll bring people up. We'll have the next few minutes to talk, and then we'll get into the conversation proper, which is how Nigeria's first republic ended. This republic will not end like Barolong. This one will not end. By the way, this is our fourth republic. This is our first attempt, right? Our fourth. The first republic started in 1963, second in 1979, the third in 1993, and now we have the one from 1999. This is the fourth republic. So we'll be discussing how the first one ended, and we'll be reading from the book by Shehu Shagari, Beckon to Serve. That'll be much later. For now, I'm just going to bring people up, and we'll have some reactions. Please, you're going to be timed. I want everybody to speak, but you're not going to have the whole day, please, so that we can move on to the topic. Please, if you also come up, as soon as you get up here, please mute, right? Thank you. Olori, thank you for being here. Good to see you. All right, so let's invite some people. I'll read some of the things on YouTube as well. Just going to bring people up on TikTok first. Please, as soon as you get up, please mute, and then we'll have you speak up later. Thanks.
Dejuma Boutique on YouTube says, I decided to subscribe to this channel simply because of your geopolitical analysis.
Dejuma Boutique on YouTube says, I decided to subscribe to this channel simply because of your geopolitical analysis. Something that's completely lacking the useless Nigeria. Nigeria media is not useless now. We also learned from Nigeria media. It's just that the ones that are popular these days, it is well. But thank you for the compliment. I just don't want to insult the other. Ayodeji, exactly. If you judge Nigeria based on that particular show where they're always shouting, I put it to you, then you think that the other thing is nonsense. But if we think about Serious Toba, think about Uncle Yinka Craig, you know, think about Dr. Sadiq Daba.
I can't put from my head.
Think about there's a lady, Thai, I can't remember her surname, but I remember that Thai. Ajayi Lycett. No, that's one of the actress. But you think about these people, right? Jimmy Disu, no. Jimmy Disu, I mean, God bless him, but it is well. Yeah, NTA veterans. I mean, we grew up listening to those ones. Those ones will dissect issues. You may not like what they're saying, but at least you find out that's number one, there is even understanding of what they're discussing to even begin. Number two, there's a form of objectivity. Although all the people I mentioned are in NTA, that's because NTA is what all of us. If I start telling you the people in the station, in BCOS where I grew up, you will not know them. You might not know them. But the point is that they are great. We can't be here if we didn't have all those people. But all these ones, we put it to you. I put it to you. And by the way, sorry, before I bring people up to start talking, one of the ways we lost some of the beautiful things we had in NTA also is because of this federal character thing. I talked about it last week. It was 30 December. That's going to happen. That's going to start, of course, the Southwest. Somebody said they're going to make it national. Maestro is of that generation. Thank you for mentioning his name, Nordin. I see him on TikTok. And when I visited Ibadan, I listened to him. It was still on Petals then. That was a long time. It was a while back. Maestro belongs to that generation. Is that how I put it to you? You know. But I was going to say something that 30 December, some people took it to the ministry, one ministry in Abuja, one of the major ministries. Things were art and culture or something. And they want to nationalize it. And I have a problem with that. And that was how we killed the beautiful things that we had on NTA, by nationalizing things. And one very sad example is actually AM Express. Who remembers AM Express here? You're going to talk, those of you that came up, who remembers AM Express? That show, NTA2 Channel 5, was so good, right? You had Uncle Craig, you had Mama Nazodo, you had the other Miriam, then you had the other lady, the three ladies there. It was good. It was beautiful until they said we must make it national. Let's have another branch in Kiniko. Let's have another branch in Kiniko. People they could have done another program for those people. They had to put it on network and say all of us must not share it. That's how they destroy innovation in Nigeria, by using federal character. We must also have something from this state, from that state. If you want to have from those states, why not allow the core people to travel to those places, or just take reports from those places, but you know that your core is in studio in Lagos? But no. For me, yes, that's also a very good one. Ben Bruce is more media entrepreneur than a speaker, broadcaster. But he's a fantastic person as well. All right. Having said that, let's move very quickly. Let's have some of the people up here react to what we've listened to so far. Engineer, we'll start with you. Let's make it 3 minutes. And you're forgetting Abike Dabiri. Abike Dabiri Erewa. NT actually produced a lot of fantastic, it's not what it used to be, but it is well. All right, please go on, engineer.
All right, thank you very much, Busi. You are doing a great job. I like the fact that you understand the situation of this country very well to a certain degree, unlike some people that are just biased and blinded by maybe sentiments of religion or tribalism. I happen to come from the Connaught, but I grew up in Lagos as well. So to a certain degree, I understand this country. I agree with you that a large proportion of people killed in Middle Belt are Christians, but they are not killed because they are Christians. There's a deeper reason to that. Just like you said, people that are fighting for land, for their history and their origin, things like that. So when you look at Northwest, almost 99% of people that are killed in Northwest is sad. Are Muslims killing Muslims. Even the recent peace deal they were trying to have with bandits, the next day they kill about 300 people inside the mosque. So what do we say to that? So trivializing this issue to make it sound as if it's a Christian being hunted or killed in this country is just so sad. There's a bigger picture to this, in my own understanding, because I think for the first time this country is making progress. I'm not a politician, and I'm not an advocate of APC or what, but I think we are making good strides in other aspects, just like the economy. For the first time, we have a company in Africa that is making inroads even into Western Europe, selling our petroleum products. and which the Western world are not happy about. And for the first time, as some people wanted to bring their military and build a military base somewhere in Lake Chad, and later on they are thinking of Port Harcourt. And this government, in its rightful way of looking at things, they gave them a cold shoulder and they are not happy about it. So a lot of things going on, and even there are other factors too that you need to look at, like the breaks. Nigeria trying to find its place in the Committee of Nations by trying not to align with any particular ideology and getting to understand the multipolarity of the world now, because it's safer for this country not to even align itself, because Nigeria is a big country, it's huge, the market is huge, a lot of human and material resources available to this country. So I believe, I like the fact that people like you and others are coming out, even prominent Christians are coming out to say that, no, this is not just right, saying that, okay, there's no any Muslim on the street taking gun to go and hunt for Christians out there. So that is very wrong. There's a bigger picture to it. We need to look deep into it. There's something that they're looking at. Not forgetting the fact that people should also be mindful that the Western world, the French and the United States people have lost Niger, they have lost Burkina Faso, they have lost Mali. So they are looking at it. Nigeria is a big catch for them. If they are losing this country and they get hold of Nigeria, what is Niger, Mali and Burkina Faso combined together? So these are the bigger pictures. Even in the north now, in northwest in particular, where this banditry issue is taking place, 99% of the population of those places are Muslims. Even among the Fulanis that are doing the kidnapping, some of the Fulanis are not even safe with them. They will come and pack their cattle and go burn their villages and go. And look at Zamfara State and some part of Katsina State now. Nobody's saying anything about all this. We are not saying that, okay, the government is doing well, but that is not even our problem. Let Nigerians know what their problem is. Let the government try its possible best to take care of all these issues. It's not the business of the Western or Americans to tell us what to do. And Tinubu is getting somewhere. I'm not campaigning for him, but at least we are seeing something different. Now the dollar is crashing, and they are not happy about it. And you know, all these multinational oil companies are not even happy with what is taking place in this country at the moment. So there are a lot of moving parts here and there. So people should take note of that. They should not trivialize this issue to make it look as if it's a Christian, Muslim thing. So thank you very much. I appreciate your channel. I've been coming. This is my first time of coming up, but I've been sending you some videos here and there. If you, I don't know whether you can remember that. I know you receive a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much for, I mean, for those of you who send videos, trust me, they help. You know, sometimes I receive one video.
All right, sometimes I receive one video like 1,000 times, but please don't stop. Thank you very much for doing that, for your support. I really appreciate it. All right, we'll move to Jcon. Let's try and keep it to my this request. Jcon, please say something.
Okay, good evening. Thanks for bringing
Wow.
the program forward. I really appreciate it. I think.
Okay, please. Let's keep it to 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay. What is going on in Nigeria at the moment? You know, this is a trying time for our country. I believe it's a time that we should keep all our differences and come together and fight this scourge going on in our country. I was very disappointed yesterday when I just entered Twitter and I saw some people, you know, from a particular region rejoicing. That really broke my heart. Because a lot of the time people attack them. I do have sympathy for them. I think sometimes they are unjustifiable, you know, attack. But when I saw that, I said this people will never change. You cannot be happy in this period of time, no matter your differences, no matter what. Rejoicing openly. That is something you do at the back end. It's not something you put in our faces. I'm indifferent of this government. I don't support anybody. I don't support Tinubu or But some indications that have been going on, I believe the government is somehow in the right track. You understand? So I'm objective with it. The government is somehow in the right track. But to come out in our face and start rejoicing, that really broke my heart. And I think those people are enemies of this country. I'll give you an example. South Africa had an issue with Donald Trump earlier this year, I think. And despite their differences, the country came out as one voice and pushed back against Donald Trump labeling of white genocide. That is how a country is supposed to behave. You see, the world, other African countries, they are laughing at us. We claim we are some of the wise people, but a little shake-up, we are disintegrating. We are against each other. It's very wrong. This is the time we should cooperate, come together, and provide solution. I'm one person that I will never, say there is no J going on in the middle belt, because I don't live there. I try to listen to them. I don't try to look it from the angle of the IPOP people because they are doing it for their selfish reasons. I try to look at it from the perspective of people in the middle belt. Is it religious or, is it an ethnic cleansing? And I think that is where I'm looking at it from. My advice to the government is you cannot be soft with this Fulani herdsmen. We have to be strong with them. I trust Tinubu, he has some good, he take decision that many people will not take. Forget about vote. You have to be strong with them. If this is what they are doing, because we have three type of security challenges going on. Boko Haram is on one side, herdsmen issue is on one side, and Fulani takeover is on one side. We need to separate all this and fight it as a country instead of being people calling for America to invade us. It's really a shame. After yesterday, I thought I was really ashamed to come from the same country with some of these people, because all what it shows how illiterate we are. We claim to be some of the most sophisticated people, but I think it shows illiteracy. Other African countries are just laughing at us. How can people like this do this? So my advice to every one of the regions, whether you support the government or not, don't be saying things like that to the public. It's very wrong. Invasion is not a good thing. It has never worked in any country, and Nigeria will never be different. If you want a country of your own,
please round up.
You are ways to go about it, do it the right way, so that even if you break up, we can always have good relationship, as opposed to being the enemy of the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacon, for that submission. Let's move on to Afolabi Richard. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, my brother. Good to have you. Please
go on. Yes, thanks. I was so troubled yesterday. I wanted to message you, but I had so much to say, so I was looking at it that if I say I should put it in, it will be better if I put it in words. First of all, by the grace of God, I have stayed in 3 parts of this country, though I grew up in Lagos and everything. But work took me to the east, and I served in the north. Now, I can't call it the north because I served in the middle belt of the country. So, we consider it as the north anyway because it's north central. However, the community I served in, it was not a Hausa speaking community at all. You could actually handpick the Hausa people living in that community. We had it is a village called Peva Chanchanji. It's in Tako local government of Taraba State. It's where General T.Y. Danjuma is from. And the community I stayed was a particularly Christian community. They had probably just a tiny mosque for the few Muslims that lived there. And it was this NKST church, then the Catholic church. You understand? It was a whole church thing. But from time to time, there will be these clashes. And I was wondering, they said it was a Tiv Jukun thing. You understand? And if you understand Nigeria, you know that had gone on for a while. You understand? The Tiv and the Jukun and the people from USA with the Jukun and this person with the Tiv. And they are always... And in fact, up until 2025, I had a colleague at work that said that she was sorry she couldn't marry someone because she was Jukun and the person was Tiv. And I'm like, because I served over 16 years ago, and I'm like, is that still happening today? You understand? You get, because I was like, I thought you guys had left that in the past, that you guys would have united, because you know that was the place this terrible bandit Ghana was operating. In fact, they no longer post call members to that area, because I still have friends that I still call today that are from there. So the thing is that I've come to discover that, if not that discovered your page, I've come to discover that many Nigerians don't really want to know about Nigeria. And there's something I used to say to people, that one of the greatest undoing of colonialism is that colonialism you to hate the country you are from. It takes a rebirthed Nigerian and a real educated Nigerian to really understand what it takes to be a Nigerian, and now begin to understand his own ethnicity or the nation he's from, as we usually see on this platform. Now, it took me time to buy books, to study, and to understand the uniqueness of my being. That was when I began to love this nation. Now, I might tell you, this one is a bit personal. I'm the only one out of the 5 members of my family that have not been outside this country, and it is by choice. Because I've looked at the lives of people outside. Is either they go outside and they hate the country the more, or they go outside and I can't really see how better they are than the people that are here. Now, I'm wrapping it up. I was so pained when I saw people from a certain part of this country rejoicing over the fact that America wanted to invade your country. And I remember what you said, Mr. Busui, when you talked about King Solomon and the prostitute that slept on a baby to die. That anybody that does not have his own, he will say, divide it. Let's kill it. Let everything spoil. And I've come to discover that these people, why they do these things, is because they do not have something to hold on to. They do not have it. See, forget all this thing. They do not have it. Sir, I lived in Asaba that borders on Onitsha. The whole of Onitsha is just the market. There is no significant sign of civilization. Everything, no town planning, no nothing. Everybody just does what they like, the way they like it. Coming to Ifo in Ogun State, the way they thought of Ifo is way better than the way Onitsha was thought of. I'm not capping. So people that don't have what you have, instead of being humble to learn, so that they can benefit, all they do is hate, and they just want it to be destroyed. Because I don't know any human being in Israel, any educated human being in his right thinking sense, that has not seen since the Korean War, in fact, since World War II, every country America has gone into, they've never come out. The country has never been the same again. And they are never for the better. What they did in Mogadishu is still there. The Taliban is ruling Afghanistan today, and they were there for over 15 years. So it will be the so-called educated elites. They think, and another thing that I think that we should eradicate in this country is the savior mentality. Me, I put that aside. There is no one man that will come and save you. Jesus Christ is the only Lord and Savior. Every other, if you want to save yourself, you have to work for the freedom. And I know that Mr. Busui, you are not political, but because I've lived in Lagos, I was in Lagos before 99, and I still live in Lagos today, 26 years after democracy. I can say for sure that if APC and Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu was not in government in Lagos State, this state would have been in shambles. Now, the template he used in Lagos, that template that people said is failing, he's bringing it to the large stage in Nigeria, sir. So I am a public servant. I know how ministers are kept on their toe. Sir, there's this meeting that they have with ministers every quarter to see your performance. The lady that heads that this thing is this woman, the former that MPA, this thing, that Aisha or Hadiza, yeah, the one that was heading MPA before during the Buhari era. She's the one checking. She's like the class captain of every minister. And there is a goal, there's a target. Every quarter you set a target and you meet up with the target and that. This is one of the, he's cross-checking, he knew what he wanted to do before he came and he's doing it. And this is the first time we have someone that actually wanted to be president and he knows what he's doing. And the West, he will never be happy with that because they still want to. I don't understand how my brothers do not understand this thing. That they let hate becloud them so much that they cannot see that they are trying to exploit us. So they want to build a base in Port Harcourt where the greatest of our oil wealth is. And you can't see the handwriting on the wall. Why let them build a base in Owerri? Maybe there's ESN there. Thank you very much, my brother. You won't be me go.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's based in Owerri. I go reach there. Oh God, it is well. But thank you very much. That was fantastic. And nothing more to add, but thank you. Thank you very much for that. Move to the next speaker, Remikai. Remikai with the bazooka.
Yes, exactly. I guess you can already read minds, so I guess you've already read my mind. Good evening, Professor. You see, for me, I personally, I know the orange man is coming nowhere near Nigeria. All this one is just rhetorics. He's not there. America is not coming to Nigeria to do anything. It's just, but the silver lining in this for me is at least this will jot Baba Tinubu up, You see, all this one waiting because of votes or re-election or something like that before going after a particular group of people causing trouble. It's getting way too long. It's getting way too long. I guess with this now, I wouldn't mention names because people come here, they don't mention names and everything. The Malams up north, they'll know so they've been pampered way too long, if you ask me. The Malams have been when I say the Malams, I mean the Fulani with all this, their Wahala with headsman, bandits, whatever you call them. They've been pampered way too much, Now, the president has the opportunity to go after them and nobody would even they will not bank on the walls shouting, oh, coming up not to do whatever, all this, their usual rhetorics, their trouble is just way too much because the people that bring the least to the table cause the most problem in that country. And now, with their brothers in crime in the southeast as well, it's the same thing with these people. Why can't the president now use this as an opportunity to say, okay, now, you people, you are pulling left, the other one is pulling right, Biafra, these ones, they want to perpetually rule the country. So why don't you just put this into a referendum, And you see, for me personally, how I stand on this thing, let everybody go and suck on their mother's.
Can the president do that?
I know you will come with that. You will come with this referendum thing. The president cannot initiate that or something. But this thing is that we cannot always say because it's not in the constitution or whatever. And this, but for me, there must be a way out of this thing. It's always never-ending problem from these two sides, really. And there are other people in that country. There are other regions in that country. Then the president should use whatever veto. I don't know if there is veto or there is whatever in the constitution. Just do something and put this referendum and let everybody now come out and say, okay, who wants to say, who wants to go? But then the moment that the decision is made, then the decision is made. Then we will not have this thing because I know these ones from the East, they don't want to go anywhere. They just want to accept concessions and use now want to dabari people. Tell them to now come and go. They will not go anywhere, But me, I want them to go. I want them to go. And I want them to go with all. We Yorubas, I would say the way it is, me, I don't mind with what. We Yoruba, we are the milking cow of that country. Let everybody go with their wahala and go and suckle on their mother's breast and let everybody live in peace. And all these people coming up and saying, I'm not a supporter of APC, I'm not taking it on the first one, engineer, they come and all this, all of them, they are not.
No. Emma attack one.
I'm not attacking anybody, you know, I'm not, they always come here like I'm not like, but like all their people that were there, like they messed the country up, like, and the man is coming there to clean it up, and they'll still come up here and say, I'm not a particular Kinikon. All these people they supported, like all the people they supported are not there. I mean, they would not even perform tenths of what.
But he spoke well of the president.
They are packaging this thing for you, Professor, but I know like you want to just stay in the middle. They are packaging this one. This one, the first and the second one, they just came to talk, say, I'm not a supporter of this skinny. Let everybody referendum and let everybody go their different ways. I'm tired and sick of everybody destroying the Dabarin Yoruba land and causing us problems. We want to progress, and if they want to retain whatever they want to retain in their region, let them continue on doing it. No, thank you, Professor Ejoema Binu. Me too, I'm upset.
No, I understand. I understand. I mean, if you're not upset about what's happening, then maybe you don't know what's happening. So it's understandable. And I agree with you. And here's where I kind of agree with those who are celebrating in Washington and different parts of America, the American veteran of Igbo descent, Avid. Those guys need to learn strategy. Like if you're doing something, you just started. He just called Nigeria. What if tomorrow he changes his mind? What now? What then? Now you've lost your goodwill, and now people know you and what you stand for. That Arijendi Modaruni. So now they know, and they know it's all about using. Look at the letter I read earlier, using this situation to get something for Nnamdi Kanu and Biafra. So apparently, it's not what we all thought it was. I mean, I knew it wasn't that anyway, but what most people thought it was. But here's the point, and this is where I kind of agree with them. If this thing leads to breaking Nigeria, Erobodo. Everyone says, oh, Yoruba people, why don't you want Nigeria to break? It's not like I don't want Nigeria to break. Let me quickly say something. You see? And wait, tó bá ti bùyẹ́ ẹ̀jẹ̀ rí, tó bá rí mechanic tí ò múra dáadáa, tó múra bí àwọn wọ́n ti change sí o, wọ́n máa múra láti join yẹn, tó bá rí wọ́n máa sá eré. Even if you have not experienced war before, but you've heard about it, there's a way you moderate yourself and put things out there. Zaza is true now. Tí wọ́n bá bùyẹ́ ẹ̀jẹ̀ tó bá rí mẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó dọ̀tí, ó máa sá dànù ni. The truth is this. Folks from the southwest are not afraid of breaking it. As a matter of fact, if you break Nigeria away today, there are two. I mean, everybody will be fine. Let me just put it that way. But I'm very sure southwest is cool. There are other regions that will do well, but let's just leave it that way. One day, maybe we should even do analysis. Or if you break up, all this one that are saying go and put something in Port Harcourt, equally people will remind you exactly who owns that land. It's not Igbo land, but that's their own business. They will talk about it when it's time. But here's my point. If this thing leads to breaking the country, it's a good thing. It will be a good thing. And it's not like we are against the idea of, oh, we are afraid, don't break it. No, it's that we have to go through the process. And the reason for that is because without going through that thing, you can't tell what's going to happen. See what's happening in Darfur. See what's happening in Sudan. See what's happening in Darfur. See what's happening in Sudan. Even those ones that even went through the process, so see what's happening there. Let alone, I just want to do it, just break away. And yes, I get that the president can get the ball rolling, but the truth of the matter is this. Speak only English, please. Stop speaking Yoruba. Other tribes are listening. Maybe because I don't think like a tribe. I'm not a tribes person. I'm Yoruba. Yoruba is not a tribe. And because if you're listening to an Indian speak, you don't mind if they put some Tamil. Just take it like that. Where was I? Here's my point. It's that there's a process that we have to go through, which includes including referendum in the constitution. And then having people vote. But if that process is too long and you think US can get it for you, I mean, all well and good. All well and good. Let them free you. But Well, we are not neighbors, so we are good. We are not neighbors. What will help everybody? But you are right. But the truth is, I don't think the president doesn't have any powers according to the constitution to just say, okay, I grant nations and just break the place up. You have to be referendum. People have to, agree to go and things like that. And those who really want to go should be the ones. They have 58 representatives from the southeast. They're not all Igbos, to be fair. They're not. Everybody there is not Igbo. But most of them are Igbos. There are 15 senators and 43 members of House of Representatives from the southeast, making 58. Are you telling me not one of them can sponsor a bill, referendum and secession? Excuse me. If they really want it, they will push that thing. But if they want America to come and break Nigeria for them, they should cut off that part that belongs to them and give it to them. I just feel sorry for their neighbors. But again, what can I do? Just feel sorry. I feel sorry for their neighbors because those ones, they will see when. May God help all of us. We'll go to the final person on the queue, and then we'll go to the next topic. Olujimi, Mr. I think.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir.
I love my Begirian Ewedu as a Yoruba boy. And I don't want war in my region. I don't want AWR in my region, rather. So, and I want the other side of our brothers, I don't want to mention their name, who think it's not really verified because they said it, and they think that their movement or their influence has actually, brought about the statement that Donald Trump said. Well, Donald Trump just actually talk because of, the continuous spying of the people of Benue and other parts of the country. They said is a Christian thing, but for me, it's just more than that. It's not a Christian thing. We all know the Plateau, the Benue, and the rest of the northern states, they've been having that issues and they've been fighting. They've been buying people right there. We all see it. That's been, it's long overdue. It's something that should have been stopped a long time. But the only president who is very proactive is this same president who listens to people. They just feel that Tinubu don't listen. He listens a lot. But you watch social media, I can tell you that people don't know. And I have evidence of where he had actually turned things around and said, you know what, my people are complaining. And he has a lot that he's doing right now. People don't know. And he's fixing those things one after the other. Because a layman on the street will only think about food. But there are other things that are actually greater than that. So there are other things that's much more greater than in terms of the macro economy, So the governments are really doing a lot. People don't know. Nigeria would have just been, in shambles because the reason is that they felt that that's what the picture of Nigeria, what Nigeria is, but that's not what Nigeria is. Until when the president came in and did a lot of things, which I can mention a lot. And I can tell you right now, I have my cousin who actually, one of the people who has actually benefited from this program where they pay students. He's been paid the school fees and paid him stipend or something. And I can tell you, it really helps. So on the issue of this spying of the Christian, as so to say, it's something that we have to, it's a collective effort for us to fight against that and make sure that the life of no one in Nigeria is what all these things that is happening. So we are a sovereignty country, and I don't think US, I know they don't have any interest. Forget about US. When they come, what they target is their own personal interest. We have the likes of Ukraine, and I will know what happened to them. We are not going to go into that at all. We love people, we love their lives, we don't want anybody to lose their lives. So for me, I think the president should take, a very drastic action right now. And anyone that is giving that duty to look into that and is not doing that should be sacked. And the president should not play, in the life of any other person for him to become or to come into power next time. No. What he can do now to show to Nigerians that is so passionate about people and is ready to work for people. So what he should now do, or what he should start doing right now, is to go and, into those places. Go into if it's possible and interview people, know what's going on. I know it's political and it's, ethnical, but the point is we still can't play with the life of people. It's very important. I know it's not about Muslims, it's not about Christians, but I think government should do the right thing right now. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that submission. Fantastic stuff from everyone, and I really appreciate your input. I just want to answer some questions before we... Okay, maybe I should do it. Let me ask a question. Okay, I'll do this way. I'll bring the three people trying to come up. I'll bring you up. But we're going to have less time for the class. But I'm going to bring you up in a bit. But let me just quickly respond to some of the things in the comment section. Someone says, can we push the referendum for them? No, we can't, and I'll tell you why. So you have a person who is not ready to do anything. He's not ready to leave. He's just huffing and puffing. It's all smoke. There's nothing. There's no substance to his rant.
His representatives are not.
He's saying he wants to leave.
He insults people on social media. Says,
his representatives are not pushing for that thing. He insults people on social media and says, what is it? This is about the Southwest, all this Lagos, all this Nigeria, we don't even want it. Then somebody says, you must go. Then say the person is a bigot.
No, you're calling me a bigot. It means that you never wanted to.
You say you want to leave. I say you can go. Now you're calling me a bigot. It means that you never wanted to live in the first place. You're just a clown. As a matter of fact, clowns have more sense than these clowns.
They are not smart enough to be clowns.
What am I saying?
The point is, it's not really about that.
They can't be clowns.
They want.
They are not smart enough to be clowns. In other words, the point is, it's not really about that thing you think they want. It's leverage for something else. Somebody came in the other time and said, let me read what he said, because I don't know if you guys think about this thing before you say it. Mr. Goodman, you call yourself. You said, why can't you guys accept that there is a great injustice against the Igbo since after the war? Tell me that injustice. What is that injustice that has been meted out to Igbo people since 1970? Tell me.
You have not had since 1970. What am I even saying? You had this in 79.
The only thing you have not had since 1970. What am I even saying? You had this in 79. Well, you had the vice presidency. You had the vice presidency in 79. The only thing you have not had since 70 is presidency. And that thing is not a toy. It's not. We're not in a gift shop where you can just take. This is not Oprah. This is not Oprah Winfrey's TV show. Hey, you get to be president. You also get to be president. So, Yoruba people president, Hausa president, Igbo president. There is no gift shop here. And the Hausas have not been president since 1999. As a matter of fact, they've not been president ever. There's no Hausa president in Nigeria's history.
Why should there be a Yoruba presidency? And I've said these things several times.
Why should there be an Igbo presidency? Why should there be a Yoruba presidency? And I've said these things several times. I should repeat it. Let me just say something, guys. There is no ethnic group in Nigeria, sincerely, that has any leverage over Nigeria in terms of presidency. So when you say things like, and you wrote it, I knew that was where you were going. We've been doing this thing for a bit. You said, why is that they've not, let me read to you so that it doesn't look like I'm quoting you out of context. I'll read it one by one. First, you said, but why can't you guys accept that there is a great injustice against the Igbos since after the war? I said, what's the great injustice? I knew where you were going, and I mentioned it. Then you wrote in the comment section, you said here, how many Igbos have been president? Two. Two Igbos have been president. Our very first one, Nnamdi Azikiwe, and the one that destroyed everything, like what your brothers are trying to do right now, Ironsi. I'll say what I was going to say earlier. No part of Nigeria has any leverage over Nigeria as a whole in 2025. In 1970, Nigeria ended the war that lasted 2.5 months. It was for 30 months, from 67 July to January of 70. They came up with the idea of no victor, no vanquished. They came up with reconstruction and all of those things in the Southeast, which happened, by the way. Your elders may have lied to you that nothing was done in the Southeast. Please look for the name. Look up the name Ukwabi Asika. His son is one of the major people in entertainment today. He owns Storm Records, Obiasika. Look up the name Ukwabi Asika and what he did in rebuilding the East Central State. And look for how he raised, how he got the money that he used, where those monies came from. I've said it before, I'll say it again very quickly. The money primarily, of course, came from the federal government. The months when they were fighting, right, Aula was the federal minister of finance and was the highest civilian in government, go figure. He saved the money for the East Central State from the very month that East Central State was created, which was May of 67. The states were created on May 27th. Ojukwu declared Biafra May 30th. And he said up with the shenanigans much earlier. By July 6th of 66, the war of 67, July 6, 67, the war started. The monies that should be going to the East Central State, royalties, allocation, and things like that, were being kept by the Minister of Finance, who was Awo. You know what? Now that we are here, I'm going to read to you what Awo said. 1983, Papa was in Abeokuta for campaign, right? And he had somebody come to him to talk about the Southeast. I know people don't talk about this. There are two places you can find what I'm about to read right now. There's this book, right? Maybe I'll find that book. Okay, this book. Go on. The biography should take it slowly. The biography of a soldier statesman. This book by J. Isawa Eligo. I'll read this later, but let me start with Papa. I'm going to that thing about leverage later. Sorry, I mean, since after the war, the Igbos were given only £20 to live with. Is that not injustice? Jesus Christ. Guys, do you mind? Do you mind, guys? I can't. You know what? I'll bring people up, you talk. We'll continue the series, right? We'll do that later. Let's answer some of these things because it's irritating. But let's start with the one. You just brought another one. Good man. I'm not sure how good you are, but we'll come back to that. Let's just take this one by one.
During the war, this is our war.
Where should we start? Let's start with the money thing.
During the war, I saw to it that the revenue which was
During the war, this is our war, 1983. During the war, I saw to it that the revenue which was due to the Igbo land, southeastern state, they called it, East Central State, they called it at the time. By the way, southeastern state back then is present-day Akwa Ibom and Cross River State. East Central is the 5 southeastern states today. And then you had River State. During the war, I saw to it that the revenue which was due to the Igbo land, the East Central State, I kept it. I saved the money for them. And when they were liberated, I handed over the money to them, millions. If I had decided to do so, I could have kept the money away from them. And then when they took over, I saw to it that subvention was given to them at the rate of £990,000 every month. I was saved millions. Every other region was getting every other state got their own allocation. He saved the one that was supposed to go to the East Central State and put it in bulk, gave it to the people who built after the whole thing was over. And the very first administrator of the East Central State was Ukwabi Asika, and has been credited for being one of the people who rebuilt spaces very fast. Like he did it at a very, very fast rate. Let's put it that way. And if you don't mind, at some point I'll go and I'll read what Ukwabi Asika actually said. It's in a book called Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green. So if there's time, I'll read that later. So here, I was always saying that everything that went to other states, the ones that belong to the five Igbo states of today, he kept that money and gave it to the administrator after the war. That's one. Number two, they gave a subvention of £990,000 every month. Every month. Okay, let me finish that one. I didn't go to the Executive Council to ask for support. or for approval, because I knew if I went to the Executive Council at that time, the subvention would not be approved because there were more enemies in the Executive Council for the Igbos than friends. And since I wasn't going to take a percentage from what I was going to give them, and I knew what I was doing was right, I wanted the state to survive. I kept on giving the subvention, 990,000, almost a million every month. And I did that for other states, of course, southeastern states, north central states, Kwara, and so on. But I did that for the Igbos. And when the war was over, I saw to it that the ACB, that's African Continental Bank, the ACB got £3.5 million to start with. Not money they worked for, money that the government gave for one reason, so that traders will be able to access loans to begin again.
This was distributed immediately.
I saw to it that the ACB got £3.5 million to start with. This was distributed immediately, and I gave another sum of money. The attitude of the experts, officials at the time of the ACB was that ACB should be closed down. And I held the view you couldn't close the ACB down because that's by the way, that's Nnamdi Azikiwe's bank, the one that they used to siphon £877,000 in 1955. But that's another day's topic. The attitude of the experts, officials at the time of the ACB was that ACB should be closed down, and I held the view you couldn't close the ACB down because that is the bank that gives finance to the Igbo traders. And if you close it down, they will find it difficult to revive or to survive. So it was given. I did the same thing for the Cooperative Bank of Eastern Nigeria to rehabilitate all these places, and I saw to it as a Commissioner for Finance that no obstacle was placed in the way of the Ministry of Economic Planning in planning for rehabilitation of the war-affected areas. To find that page, I want to read something to you from. One second, please. I want to read something to you from Gowon's biography. The point here is this: what Awo did, your elders never tell you. Why? Because they need to push the narrative that he hates you. If you believe that, it's not your elders' fault, it's your fault, because you're supposed to have a brain. Can't be old with your baby. You say my father told me something. Have you checked to be sure? You know what? I'm going to find the page. I want to read to you from his own perspective because I think it's important as well. These things are not being discussed, right? And it makes you, when you say things like the government has been doing something to you, I say, okay, what did they do? You cannot tell me one thing because you know that is a lie. But I'm going to, I'll find this thing. Please, just give me a second. If I don't find it, we'll make it another time, but I think I can. Peace, rising expectations. I think I'm somewhere close. Yes, I'm here. All right, the book is called Go On, The Biography of a Soldier Statesman, written by Professor J. Sawelago, who passed on earlier this year. May so rest in peace. So let's work with this. By the way, if you want to know about Ukpabi Asika, there are 3 books you should read. This one, The Biography of a Soldier Statesman. Read Obasanjo's My Command, because Obasanjo was the one who recommended Ukpabi Asika, who was in UI at the time. And then the last book is The Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria. I'll read that later. Let me finish this one. So I'll bring 2 people up. As soon as you get up, please mute. The CEO and Perism. Let's quickly read this. Again, the book is called Go On, The Biography of a Soldier Statesman by J.
With the end of the Civil War, one of the most immediate demands on Gowon's government was one of providing relief for the suffering masses.
With the end of the Civil War, one of the most immediate demands on Gowon's government was one of providing relief for the suffering masses of the newly affected areas. The need for shelter, food and medicines for the war-affected population became more glaring than ever. To further complicate issues was the simultaneous necessity for rehabilitation and reconstruction to restore electricity, water, transport and communications. So also was there the urgent need to resettle farms, reopen factories and facilitate the resumption of normal economic life. There was no doubt that Gowon had anticipated these problems. The appointment of Mr. Ukpabi Asika. You know what? Let's have a full session. Give me a second. Let me bring the other book. Let's talk about. I'll read everything together. We'll now. I'm a report later. 1 second. Great. I'm going to read everything together. We'll put everything together. Jesus. So this is my command by Olusegun Obasanjo. I will read it. I just want to open it Somali focus. Beautiful. What you see. All right, we're going to come here in a second, but let's finish.
There was no doubt that
I mean, some parts of it, they will jump, they will come back. So it says here, there was no doubt that Gowon had anticipated these problems. The appointment of Mr. Okwaviasika, an Igbo lecturer at Ibadan, to coordinate relief materials and see to refugee problems of the East Central State was a blessing to the Igbos. True enough, Okwaviasika stands vilified today among many Igbo people. He, for some, had betrayed the Igbo cause, and after the war had mismanaged the affairs of the state. Asika's acceptance of the job was a demonstration of singular courage and belief in principles. Even with a price tag set on his head by Ojuku's secessionist government, Asika went on to do his job undaunted. He helped a great deal later to alleviate the sufferings of the Igbos. By the end of the Civil War, Mr. Okwaviasika had re-established administrative structures in the East Central State, of which he became the administrator. His government provided a sense of direction amidst confusion, courage amidst despair, predictability amidst fluidity, and solace and support amidst misery and abject poverty. In this, Gowon's support for Asika's government was most essential, as was the immense cooperation of the military. Human memories being too short, perhaps not many Igbos have pondered and imagined what would have happened without Asika's preparatory work in Igbo land, even while the war raged on. It made the job of resettlement, reconciliation, and rehabilitation much easier than this could have been. Apart from this appointment of Mr. Asika and giving support to him, Gowon also authorized the establishment of Abandoned Properties Committee in all states to administer and collect rents on all properties belonging to Igbos who had abandoned such properties during the 1967-70 crisis. Many Igbos returned after the war to huge sums of money, which helped to resettle them. In some cases, there were problems of restoration of properties. The Rivers State case vividly demonstrated the residual legacies of pre-war bitterness in the system. One of these days, we can have another session to discuss what really happened with the abandoned properties and the case of Rivers State. We need to ask, 1 second, please.
I'm not answering them succinctly. I know what I'm doing. Just stay with me. That's what I'm looking for.
I'm not answering them succinctly. I know what I'm doing. Just stay with me. There's a part I'm looking for that has to do with the money. Okay, I see one here. The federal government made available 2 million naira. That is 1 million Nigerian pounds then for relief activities. You know what? I'll find other things later. Oh, good. As a first step towards tackling post-war economic problems and tasks of rehabilitation and reconstruction, Gowon announced his post-war budget, 556 million. You know what? I think we should stay with Awolowo's thing because what I'm looking for is not here, right? I found it. God is good. God is good. What I was going to read earlier was the fact that we had a budget surplus. So Gowon announced a total revenue of 556 million naira to an expenditure of 536 million naira, thus creating a surplus of 20 million naira. And who was the Minister of Finance then? Go figure. All right. I found what I wanted to read, finally. By the end of 1971, quite an appreciable amount of work had been done with regard to rehabilitation, reconstruction, and resettlement. About 120 million naira worth of cash and materials had been expended on rehabilitation work in Nigeria within the period 1970 to 1971. The value of assistance from abroad was estimated at 64.6 million naira. University of Nsukka received 12 million for reconstruction. 6 million was spent on rehabilitation of industries. The African Continental Bank was granted 5 million naira for its reopening. This is what I was looking for. I found it. Sorry, guys. It took a while. It took us a while, but we're finally here. We are here. So here's what I was trying to get to. Awo said he gave 3.5 billion, the first payment to ACB. They're saying here that eventually it was 5 million naira. Now, the point, 5 million pounds at the time. The point is this. Folks from the Southeast do not know what the government did. So the only thing they talk about is the fact that government owes them something and nothing was done to help them. Because your parents or your folks did not tell you the truth.
Let me explain the 20 pounds.
They didn't tell you the truth. Now, you said the 20 pounds. Let me explain the 20 pounds. I can't believe I want to do this again. I did it last week.
There are three groups of people as far as the 20 pounds was concerned. Number one.
There are three groups of people as far as the 20 pounds was concerned. Number one,
And had proof.
everyone
Has books.
who had money in Nigerian banks and had proof, e.g. passbooks, got their money back. In fact, that's not number one, that's number two. Number one, very few people were banked. Very few people used banks in Nigeria in 1966. 67. Very few people. Let's start with that one. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. Very few people use banks. That's number one. Number two, everyone who had bank accounts and could prove the fact that they had bank accounts, they got their monies back. E.g.,
What's his name now? I can remember his name.
the former Governor General of our Ndigbo. What's his name now? I think I can remember his name. He did a video on him, himself and his brother.
By Barclays Bank and informed that he had
Their father
6,000 pounds.
was called by Barclays Bank and informed that he had 6,000 pounds after the war with interest. His surname started with N.
Nobody here remember the person.
Anybody remember that person? Does anybody here remember the person?
His first name is John.
His first name is John.
Nwodo, God bless you, Roadmaker. God bless you. John Nwodo. Is Nwodo.
Nwodo, God bless you, Roadmaker.
Yes,
God bless you. John Nwodo
We're not going to play it.
is Nwodo. No, yes, Nwodo.
That his father
I have a video here, but we're not going to play it because of time.
and they told him that
He mentioned that his father was called by Barclays Bank, and they told him that, listen, you have 6,000 pounds.
today we're not doing.
You know what?
We are going to just.
I don't think it's. Give me a second, please. Today we're not doing. We're going to just have conversations and go. Don't worry about our Nigeria First Republic. We'll get to that later.
He got 6,000 pounds. And
I'll play later.
right?
But he talked about how they reached out to his father. And he got 6,000 pounds, and it's proof, right, that those who had a way to prove that they had money in banks were able to get their money back in full, in some cases with interest. That's number one. Give me a second. I'm going to play you his video so that way we're all on the same page.
Take a listen to this gentleman. His name again is.
Take a listen to this gentleman. His name again is Chief John Nwodo, John Nia Nwodo, who was a former president of Ndigbo. Take a listen, please.
£6,000 that was left in the. But that £6,000 that was left in the money, my father discovered it 6 months after the war, when the manager of Barclays Bank then, which is now Union Bank, called him and revealed to him that he had £6,000 plus interest, which were not tampered with during the course of the war. My dad then decided to buy a Mercedes lorry bus. That time in the southeast, all the vehicles that were there had been used during the war, and many had been cannibalized, and the few that survived were smoking or hardly in any good condition to traverse state territories. There was no farming throughout the war, and a lot of people who were compressed in few communities where the war did not reach did not have enough food cultivated in those communities to sustain them. So all the food that were coming to the east were brought from the west and the north, principally from the north.
That's the man talking about what happened to his father. 6,000 pounds in 1970, 6 months after the war. So if you had your money, you had passbooks, you will get your money back. Like I said, there are three categories. The second category were people who went with Nigerian pound before January 1968. And what happened was that Ojukwu, at this point, I want to read Awolowo. Ojukwu had stolen money. In fact, let me read to you, so I be like say you could hear him for yourself. The case of the money they said that was not given to them, you know, during the war, all the pounds were looted. They printed Biafran currency notes, which they circulated at the close of the war. Some people wanted the Biafran notes, I'll explain later. Some people wanted the Biafran notes to be exchanged for them. Of course, I couldn't do that. If I did that, the whole country would be bankrupt. We didn't know about Biafran notes. The part I want to read is.
The banks were looted. There are 3 banks that were looted here. It says.
Yeah. The banks were looted. There are 3 banks that were looted here. It says Port Harcourt, Calabar, and found it. It's on record that Ojukwu admitted that 2 things defeated him in this war. That is, at the day he left Biafra, he said, 1, the change of currency. He said that was the first thing that defeated him, and we did that to prevent Ojukwu taking the money which his soldiers stole from our central bank for sale abroad to buy arms. We discovered he looted our central bank in Benin, he looted the one in Port Harcourt, looted the one in Calabar, and was taking the currency notes abroad to sell to earn foreign exchange to buy arms. So I decided to change the currency. So the point basically is this: he stole money from these banks. I was going to use the money to buy weapons to fight Nigeria, whose money he stole. And while he was doing, and by the way, the soldiers did not just do it, he commanded them to do it. If you want to know another source, you'll find it. Read Adewale Ademoyega's Why We Struck. He actually mentioned exactly how it was done. And if you also read this book, Colonel Victor Banjo, The Revolutionary Betrayed, you see how the people who actually carried out that nonsense, they did it behind the back of the person who was supposed to be the leader. Anyway, if once they notice that this guy has stolen money, they change the currency so that they could protect Nigeria, right? So if you had your money and during the time Nigeria changed the currency, you did not submit your old money to get the new currency, like the old design to get the new Nigerian pounds. Your money was Otilonie. And there's a woman, her name is Angela Okori. She had an interview with CNN some years ago, and she mentioned how she, although she was in Iboland, was able to change her own money. This was even during the war. She changed her money and she was selling potash, she was selling cigarettes and weed and all kinds of things. That's the second group. The third group were the people who took the Nigerian pounds, gave it to Ojukwu, and collected Biafran pounds from him. And after the war was over, now took the Biafran pounds to Nigeria and said, Nigeria, take Biafran pounds, will give us Naira. Say, what's happening now?
It's not like, okay, it's just...
Now,
okay,
what's the value of the Biafran pound?
Benchmarked on? Like, is it
it's not like, okay, it's just, okay, what's the benchmarked on? Like, is it gold? No. Is it dollar? No. It's just vibes. Vibes and inshallah. That's what the currency is based on. So, what's the value of this thing? Someone says tissue paper. Tissue paper was worth more than Biafran pounds. Just in it's not even worth the cost of the thing they used to print on it. Like, it was worthless. So how exactly was I just supposed to pay for the I mean, the person you gave your money to run to Cote d'Ivoire, why should Nigeria be the one paying you for you taking your money and giving it to someone else? So what did Awolowo do? Awolowo did benevolent, their money in Nigeria. Number 3, if you put your money and give it to Ojukwu, why should I be the one to bear the brunt of that? And like I said, if you study the American Civil War, after the Civil War, they didn't give the South nothing. They didn't give the South nothing. The South lost, and that was it. Nigeria is the one where they will give people money, and if they give money, we say that, you there to carry Joe. You know, if you give somebody something and the person says it's too small, you tell the person to give it back to you. I'm Yoruba. That's what we do in Yoruba land. If I give you something and say, it's too small, my friend Tony there. Oh, your
generation should be grateful.
It's something you should be grateful for. Like, your generation should be grateful that a man like that thought it wise that, listen, these people are in the same country. Let's also, help them to get started. Meanwhile, he had ensured that 3.5 million pounds got to ACB, that's African Continental Bank, so that you will be able to access it and use the loans. And send another money to send to Cooperative Bank of Eastern Nigeria. Nobody talks about this in the Southeast. It's always crying.
Benevolence. I don't know why you think it's
so £20 was something that was done out of benevolence. I don't know why you think it's a problem, but if you think it's a problem, you guys should gather it together and send it back. Lastly,
there's no region in Nigeria that
what I really wanted to say before you ask that other question is this.
You fought a war.
There is no region in Nigeria that has any leverage over Nigeria. You fought a war, you lost. There's nothing like no victor, no vanquished. It's the mistake of our elders. And they did it because they were trying to do good people, great nation. And it's okay. Like Professor Dora Quinley, the blessed. That woman was blessed. She used to say good people, great nation. So that was why they did it. No victor, no vanquished. But to be honest, you were vanquished. Nigeria was the victor. And here's the problem. The reason I'm saying that, because if we don't tell you that, which is the mistake of our parents, I used to talk about 3 V's. I added another one, making 4. There are 4 V's. There's victor, there's vanquished, there's victim, there's villain. And the 2 things will happen because there's a vacuum. The truth is, you're not the victor. You didn't win anything. You will not want to be called the vanquished because you have pride, which is natural and is okay. You should have been called that. But because you were not called that, you have now made yourself, the vacuum now exists. You now put something in the vacuum, is victimhood. You now say you are the victim and you make the Nigerians villains. We're not villains. We helped you. My fathers helped you. Maxwell, your parents are burning, like you are writing in the comment section. You're talking about your parents and your elders in your family. You were born and brought up in iniquity and hate. And you hate so much to the point where at your age, you are too stupid to understand that what you are writing now makes no sense. I'm not going to mute you. Show off your stupidity a bit more. Because this is what your dad would have done if you had the opportunity to be on TikTok. So you're a representation of your father. Continue. Where was I? After you lost the war, 9 years after you lost the war, you produced the vice president of Nigeria. That doesn't happen very easily. 9 years. You had, someone says Biafran pounds was pegged £1 to £1. Based on what now? Which value? The only value that thing has is collector's item value. There's no value that thing has. Your parents, Maxwell, your parents lost the war, and Nigeria still made sure that by the 1979 elections, the 3 major parties that ran had an Igbo on their tickets. 1979. There was NPN, Shehu Shagari, had an Igbo vice presidential candidate, Alex Ekweme. There was NNA, had an Igbo presidential candidate, Azikiwe. There was UPN, had Obafemi Awolowo as the presidential candidate, and his vice president was Philip Umeadi, Igbo. The 3 major parties in 1979 had Igbos either as presidential candidates or as vice presidential candidates. So no matter what happened, they had something 9 years after the war, and they got Alex Ekweme became vice president. How many? If you had won, you'd have killed all of us. How do I know? Read the letter that Ojukwu wrote to Victor Banjo. I would take everywhere from Lagos to Jeba. Read Anthony Enauro's speech, 12th August 1968 at Addis Ababa. What they were planning to do in the north after taking everywhere and destroying everywhere. They had no shame. They had no good plan for anybody, just to destroy everyone and take over everybody's lands.
9 years after the war, you had the president.
But Nigeria was like, you know what? Let's bring everybody back together. 9 years after the war, you had a vice president. You cannot use the war for anything anymore. There's no leverage like, oh, we went through the war. He healed.
A vice president 9 years after the war. Anything else is going to be based
You got a president 9 years after, a vice president 9 years after the war. Anything else is going to be based on the game, political game. And if you're not a politician, leave it to them. They will find a way to play their politics. You don't understand it, leave it alone. But don't expect that you come here and be saying, we went through the war, why are we not president? If you're not president, you cannot become president based on just vibes and say, oh, I lost, make you what?
Almost powerless. Go and look for your president that has. Who told
Someone say vice president is nothing, almost powerless. Go and look for your president that has. Who told Nantazikwe not to win the election? Should we give it to him because he's Igbo?
One of you will win something.
Already gave three. In other words, no matter what happens, one of you will win something.
Again, Alex Ekweme,
vice president here, presidential candidate here, vice president here. 3. Again, Alex Ekweme, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Philip Omiadi. 1-1. At least one did. If you're not happy with that, that's your business. It also goes to show how ungrateful you are. That's one. Number 2. Me, I'm Yoruba. We don't even have that leverage as Yoruba people. We had an issue in 1993 when the election was annulled, MKO Abiola's election. So 99, they said, this guy, let's just allow Yoruba people to have it. And even with that, in PDP, Alex Ekweme still went for primaries, even though he wasn't supposed to.
And since that time, we have kept quiet. If you want to play the game, nobody says.
Still went to become president. Anyway, we got that. And since that time, we have kept quiet. If you want to play the game, nobody says, because of 1993, make me president. The South had their own stuff. By 2007, they were also settled with vice presidential candidate. The reason Goodluck Jonathan became vice president was to settle the old wahala that was happening in South. And you came and said vice president means nothing. Well, thank God for people like Jonathan and Ijaw people. They know that it means something, and they took advantage of it. And so when what happened, sadly, he finished the term. But beyond finishing the term, he won. You wouldn't win because you're not grateful for the little you were given. How would you win?
Nobody owes anybody anything in this country.
Just tears. Oh, you owe us. Nobody owes anybody anything in this country. May God bless all of us. Every Nigeria is blessed. Every country, every region is blessed. Nobody owes you anything.
So the South, the North, that's one of the kind of ones.
So there's nothing like this.
East has gotten what they should get.
Because they've been there longer than any other group. The East has gotten what they should get based on the war. The Southwest got what we're supposed to get based on the annulment. The South got what they were going to get based on the agitation. And that's it. Any other person, you come to the field of play, you play. If you lose, you lose. You try again.
You tried something once.
And that's why, I don't know if you guys have even sat down to even think. You tried something once, Peter Obi, and since that day you have been hating on everybody. What should Buhari do? Buhari tried 3 times, 12 years of his life. The first time he contested was 2003. He didn't win until 2015.
Even though he had 12 million
4 cycles.
more than what your Messiah had.
He lost the first time, even though he had 12 million votes, way more than what your Messiah had. He tried again. He had lots of votes, but he didn't have the 2/3 in all the across Nigeria. He tried again. It was the 4th try that he won. You tried once, you lost. You say it's because of your ethnicity. Are you not dumb?
And if you lost again, you try again. Do you know how motivational speaker?
If you lost, you try again. And if you lost again, you try again. Do you know how motivational speaker Abraham Lincoln? You keep trying. Not like we have our own, shall we have Buhari? You try. You lose, you try. You win. Praise God. If you lose, you try again.
How does that help Nigeria?
But you now say because you had one war, people should vote for you. How does that help Nigeria? The fact that you went through suffering. Have you even healed?
Atiku has not won. He's been trying. Have you ever heard him come around?
What is Atiku has not? Atiku has not won. Atiku has not won. He's been trying. Have you ever heard him come around and say, "Oh, it's because I'm from Adamawa, that's why they hate me"? This thing is.
I'll finish answering your question.
They said he's retarded.
I hope
I'll finish answering your question. Don't ask any other one. I'm not answering again. I hope with these few points of mine, I hope you got the point. And if you don't got the point, there's no point. But I hope you got the point. But I'm not expecting you to get it because some of you don't want to get the point. But the truth is, Nigeria will no longer be blackmailed by a set of people who would not be content with anything, no matter what happens. Someone says, but Nigerians should not give Igbo chance to be president. Let me not see. Let's just leave it alone. Let's just leave it alone. Maybe the question should be asking. Let me even ask you a question. This guy. How come Northwest, South, all 80 votes? They should think of it. If everybody is hating you, maybe there's something wrong with you. Everybody can't be hating you. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever studied what happened when you were president?
Have you ever studied what happened when you were president?
I am good man. Is that your name? Have you ever studied what happened when you were president? Let me give you an assignment. It's not too much. Study
Civil service, just two things, not many. Federal civil service, recruitment to federal civil service.
Recruitment into civil service, just two things, not many. Federal civil service, recruitment to federal civil service, one, and the ambassadors in Nigeria between 1960 and 1964, and between January 66 and July 66. Then come back and tell me if anybody that went through that at your hands will want you to come and rule over them again. That's the answer. If you like, whatever you think is fine. Let's have CEO now. We've been waiting. Thank you very much. I hope I answered your question. Somebody said I will spend a lot of time answering it. I know I did, but I just wanted to. No matter how much you explain, their mind has been projected to reject the truth. The truth of the matter, Ebenezer, let me even say this. I don't repeat these things necessarily because of people that ask the question. I know they're not answering to get the answers. But I need Nigerians to be equipped where you can have compassion on people and say, oh, you went through this, that's so sad. Oh, yeah. But the person will not be able to use that against you and say, because I went through this, you must give me what is yours. Or because I went through this, you must give me this. The only reason we have been blackmailed for many months or many years is that we are mostly ignorant about these things. The answer is not really for him. That's why I said, whether I get it, he may not get it, that's fine. The point is that those of us who are Yoruba, who are Hausa, who are different ethnic groups, should know what happened, so that your empathy will not be weaponized. In other words, be compassionate. Be empathetic. Feel the pain that the Igbos went through. And they went through terrible stuff, right? Feel that pain. And then see, and that's what Nigeria did. If we have time, we can read. I would have read this book and read to you how Nigerians were putting clothes, forget government, Nigerians, especially in Yoruba land, were gathering clothes to send to the southeast. Why? Because they were empathetic. Why would people have houses abandoned, right, leave for the southeast, come back months later and discover that they had rent? Because the Yoruba neighbors, not one, not two, the Yoruba neighbors took over those houses, refurbished those houses, rented those houses out, and they collected the money and kept the money for 2.5 years. And when the Igbo neighbors got back to Lagos, to Ibadan, gave them the money. And yet you have the children of these ones insulting me. Do you not know that insulting me is bringing a curse on you and your generation? Like when you insult Yoruba people after all the things that their fathers did for you, you are cursed. Not because they are cursing you, but because you are ungrateful. How many houses were taken over in Yoruba land? Not one. Not one. The most famous example is the one that involved the same Alex Okoma I mentioned earlier, the former vice president. His building. It was Shubobin Balogun, the owner of FCMB, who took over his house and saw that was going, derelicts, and people were, boys were using the place and constituting nuisance. Fixed it up, rented it out, took the money, gave it when this guy got back from the southeast, gave him the money.
I've read stuff. People say
in different parts of Yoruba land. I've read stuff. I've had people send messages to me. Once told me about. I think I talked about this last week. The mother, a neighbor went to the mother and gave the mother all his sewing stuff, machine and stuff, and then she hid these things. Anyway, he came after the war, and he wasn't. According to her, he wasn't really expecting anything. But what she did was she went to hide. It was like a well, like a dry well, where she had kept everything belonging to that guy or to that family. They got back, everything was given back to them, and their generations, their children are the ones insulting Yoruba people and saying that you gave us this, we hate you, you hate us. What kind of nonsense is this? If they hated you, we have videos of Yoruba elders asking for Igbos to come back. And I said it the other day. I did a video on it some time ago. There's a video. I intentionally did those two videos at the same time. There's a video of Yoruba elders in 1970 saying Igbos should come back. And the interviewer, British, was like, oh, but they did something. They went to break the country and everything. You know what Yoruba elders were doing? They were making excuses for them. They're like, oh, no. They were deceived. They're good people. It's just their leaders that deceived them. And they were misinformed. That's the word. They were misinformed. They are good people. Want them back. That same month, I also have another video of an interview in Port Harcourt, and those men said it clearly. We don't want them back.
They were misled. They were misled.
Thank you, Babati. That's the word. They were misled. Not misinformed. They were misled. Said they were misled. They were misled. It was just one of those things. Want them back. That same month in Port Harcourt, we have the video of another interview of men saying we don't want Igbos back.
Why would you curse me?
So you put the two videos together and you're like, why would you curse me?
Maybe the folks in Port Harcourt knew how to treat people better.
Maybe it was a mistake our elders made. Maybe the folks in Port Harcourt knew how to treat people better. Maybe folks in the north, maybe they knew how to treat people better. Maybe your people were just too emotional and too whatever. I don't know. But I prefer that, by the way. Even if it makes me look soft, I will still leave that way because I don't want my children to grow up with hate and contempt. But guess what? There are certain people in Nigeria, it's those who have contempt for them that they have respect for. Which is, shall be careful in Yoruba land, because all this nonsense, they did something for. What did I do for you? You should be thanking me for your, try your lifetime. When you hear yo, before you hear Yoruba, whether it's yo-yo or yogurt, once you hear yo, just say, Father, thank you for those people. That you should be doing. But no, ingrates. I'm not saying everybody is like this. And not to be a victim, you have to blame others. And when you look around to blame people, you always blame the people that are close to you, even for things they never did. This is a rule. There are Igbos who are not like this. They are the exception. But the rule is that you must be the victim. And if you don't know how you're like this, I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm spending time. If it's going to help somebody, listen. Victimhood in Igbo land has nothing to do with Nigerian civil war. If you're Igbo, you should know it. If you're not Igbo, please know it. Victimhood in the Southeast has nothing to do with Nigerian civil war. Victimhood is a strategy that the Southeast has deployed since the 1940s. It was so bad that the Governor General of Nigeria had to complain about it in 1947. We have the record. The book is somewhere here. I just want to open because of time. I want other people to speak. It's a strategy. Oh, see what you have done to us. See what you have done to us. 47, the man was complaining. 49. Look at Nnamdi Azikiwe's speech in Asaba. So in Aba, 1949, Aba. In that speech, Azikiwe was still forming victim. What did the Governor General say in 47? He said, these people contribute the least in terms of revenue, but they demand for more and more. They clamor, that's the word, they clamor for more and more of everything. We are marginalized, we are marginalized, we are marginalized. That's what it means. It's not because there's marginalization, it's because it's a strategy that works. Read Azikiwe's 49 speech. He said, oh, we have been taxed without representation. They've taken our stuff. First, I said that they are the biggest in Africa. God has specially created the Igbo race to lead the history of Africa from the bondage of the ages. They are Aryan race of Black World, whatever that is. Then he went on to say, oh, they didn't give us this. They've taken our taxes to develop other places. And like, taxes from where? 2 years ago, the government was just complaining about the fact that you are contributing the least. Taxes from where? And I hear the same thing today, even on social media. You hear people say things like, oh, you are using oil. You're using our oil money to develop Lagos. Oil from the southeast. The southeast produces 2.1% of crude oil in Nigeria. Lagos alone produces more about 2.5. And Lagos is not even a major oil producer. The entire southeastern state that produce anything called crude oil, Anambra, Abia, Imo, combined 2.1%. Edo State produces about 2.3, 2.4. Lagos is about 2.5, 2.6. Ondo is about 3.8, between 3.8 and 4.3. That's Ondo State. Then you have the big boys, Delta, Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Bayelsa. How can three states that produce 2.1% say Lagos is using their money when Lagos actually produces more oil than the three states combined? You don't think about this because it's a rhetoric that you have to just keep saying. You hate us, you're blackmailing us, you're marginalizing us, you're your victims, you are this. I'm like, you're not a victim. You come up, you are a great man. No, I must be down. That's your business. Anyway, I see something in the comment section, but I'll not respond for now. Let's listen to two other people. CEO, please go on. I see what you wrote in the comment section. Oh, good man. When the time comes, if I have the time, I'll respond. CEO, please, 2 minutes or 3. I see you take body deal.
All
But I
right,
say I have to keep answering the questions. So
Okay, Perism is back.
all right, I'm going to take everybody down because okay, Perism is back.
Hello, Perism. Okay. This one.
Well,
Hello,
Ekale,
Perism.
sir.
Okay,
Good evening, sir.
please go on.
Yeah, and don't let me waste much time. And people have discussed. Hello, can you me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I don't have to waste much time, and everything have been discussed by people. It's just unfortunate that our brothers we shared country with and wanted to side with the America. And what I want to say concerning what has been happening for the past 3 days is, you see, we just need a knock to make us do the right thing, and that is why I saw what America did. Sincerely, our government should have been responsible for, as in, they should be up and doing, protecting lives, protecting properties, protecting people. But you see, when that press statement came out, see how they were doing their things. This morning I saw, I don't know if it is true though, and the army headquarters said they invaded some terrorist camp and arrested some, they killed some. Those are what we want. We want them to do all this and protect our lives. But now that they received the knock that they want to invade their country, everybody is up and doing. So that is what we want. Nobody, if the government is doing the right thing, there won't be any precedent for America to say they want to invade the country. No, but they've seen a loophole. They saw that loophole and they want to, burrow in through that place. But let's see what will happen. Let's see how our military parastatal will curb all this nonsense and stop all this unwanted killing in our society. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Perism. I really appreciate your response. Today we're supposed to have how Nigeria's First Republic ended, part 2. But apparently we spend more time actually talking about this whole I don't know what to call it, blah blue, blah blue, blue blah. This whole thing about America designating Nigeria as country of particular concern. But I'm going to take everybody down and just respond to some questions that we'll call it a day. We'll be here tomorrow at 4 p.m. if we're time West African time. So please join us tomorrow 4 p.m. 4 p.m. There's something interesting we're going to have. Conversation. And by the way, I noticed that also that there's a way TikTok is changing their algorithm of their configuration. If you put the image up, it restricts the live. So we'll see. Maybe I'll show my face tomorrow for a little bit. All right. But let me take everyone down. So I'll just respond to some questions and we'll call it a day. Okay. Thank you very much. So thank you, Remy Guy, for coming with the bazooka. Thank you very much, CEO Coded, although we didn't get to hear you speak, but thank you for coming up. All right. Friday, we're going to have our game show. It's Radio Me Republic. If you've not heard about it, you are hearing about it now, and you can go register now if you would like to be part of the Friday session. There will be gift prizes, cash prizes, right? So you can win some money. Let me show you the ad just for a very quick bit. All right, so we're discussing Nigerian politics, Nigerian history, Yoruba history and culture on the game show Radio Me Republic. There are 4 rounds of questions. You answer the questions, you make money as you are answering questions. Every question fetches you a particular amount of money, and then you can double the money in the final round. You have 2 questions in the final round. If you answer those 2 questions correctly, you double your money. If you answer 1 correctly, you walk away with your earnings, just as is. And then if you don't get it correctly, you might get half of it. But the point is, you're going to have a lot of fun answering questions that have to do with Nigerian politics, Nigerian history, and then Yoruba history and Yoruba culture. So that will be on Friday. Please join us. You're going to have a great time. We record it here on TikTok, just as we're doing right now, and then we're going to put it out as episodes later. The first episode is coming before the end of this week by the grace of God. We had a recording last week. It was beautiful. So we're going to put out the episode later this week. All right. So that's a very quick one. So please go to linktree/Redomi Republic to register. We're going to put out a video on our social media platforms and on our Telegram channel, Redomi Global. We'll put a video of how to do it, but it's not difficult. Just go to linktree/Redomi Republic. Link, that's linktr.ee/Redomi Republic. Once you get there, the very first link is a form, the contestant application form. Just click on it. Very few questions. You answer very quickly, and then you will get your details. We'll reach out to you, and we can have you up on Friday, 4 p.m. if your time was African time. So tomorrow we're going to be here at 4 p.m. But I'm just going to answer some questions before we go today. All right. So we'll continue with the. I actually prepared for this session today, but CPC look back in our country of particular interest. This book, it has some details that many of the books don't talk about, and some of the things that have to do with the Civil War are also in this book as well as Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. So we'll see how much we can put in there tomorrow or Wednesday. Okay. All right. So someone said something that I saw it, but let me just respond to it. And you said you were Goodman. Are you still here? Let me just know if you're here so that I'll know if it's necessary or not. Goodman, are you here?
You said that. So there's a book.
You said that.
The Forgotten Document of Nigeria.
So there's a book.
The Forgotten Document of Nigerian Civil War.
The Forgotten Document of Nigerian Civil War. Okay, thank you. You're here. The Forgotten Document of Nigerian Civil War by Odia of Famon. And in that book, he quoted Ojukwu. He had an interview with the Boston newspaper around 2001, 2002, thereabout. And then he made the claim that you made earlier, saying that he released Awu from prison. You have to be a pathological liar to repeat a lie again and again just because it makes you feel good, even though it's at the expense of other people. So here's a very quick answer to what you said. Aguiyi Rossi became head of state January 16, 1966. There's a video we're going to put out later today. Later tonight. That details all those things. Became head of state January 16, 1966. I began to write to him a few months later. You find it in the book that he wrote here. The book is called My March Through Prison, Adventures in Power, Book 1. 6 months he was there. More than 6 months, actually, if you really think about it. 6 months and 13 days. He did nothing to release Awu. Gowon becomes head of state August 1st, 1966. By August 3rd, 1966, Awu was out of prison. By August 12th, a gazette was published. That gazette is in public domain. You can Google it right now. You will see it. Number 4, there is a video of Yakubu Gowon receiving Awolowo at the airport. How exactly did Ojukwu do anything to release him? And when people say things like Ojukwu was in charge, again, dates are important. This was August of 1966. Ojukwu did not start misbehaving until September. And his misbehavior was terrible. He started misbehaving, just throwing tantrums like... Anyway. Shasai doing his funny thing. In September of 66. He declared Biafra in May of 67. The war started on July 6, 1967. Awu was released August 3rd, 1966. How exactly did Ojukwu have any power over that place?
I think what you guys should do is this. I'm never going to do it for you.
There are things, I think what you guys should do is this. I'm not even going to do it for you. There are things that you can say Ojukwu did, but you have to talk about what he did right, not by attributing to him what someone else did because you want him to be bigger than he was. He wasn't as big as that. It was just.
It's even on Google without arguments. Oh, you found it. It's on Google now. You'll find the Gazette is right there.
It's even on Google without arguments. Oh, you found it. It's on Google now. You'll find the Gazette is right there. I just want to read it, but you can find it. If I put this video out, I'll put it there. It's on Google. You see the Gazette. They mentioned his name, mentioned all the people that they were pardoning and everything. You really tried to explain to someone with mental derangement. Eburo. Old Cargo said this is the beginning. No, there are no tears here. I'm Yoruba, in case you are getting mixed up with someone else.
What's wrong with you?
We don't cry here.
The moment you say you're Old Cargo, then you said to
Old Cargo.
yourself, saying, "It shall never be well with you."
What's wrong with you? Why would you write your name? The moment you say you're Old Cargo, then you said to curse yourself, saying it shall never be well with you. Why?
You just wrote you will die young. Old Cargo, why are you tired?
Why do you want to die young? You just wrote you would die young. Old Cargo, why are you tired of this life? Don't mute him, Jesus Christ. Let him. I want him to curse himself as he's saying it.
What you are saying right now, just as you are writing it in the comment section, I'll be able to just say it.
For example, what you are saying right now, your days cannot be long. Just as you are writing it in the comment section, I'll be able to just say it so that you can hear it in your own, with your own ears.
I'll just be repeating what you are typing.
Why you be your warning? It's not nobody has to curse you. I'll just be repeating what you are typing. I don't know who raised. I know we raised you guys. We were raised by idiots. No sense of responsibility. You blame everybody for everything, and then you think anybody that says no, that person hates you. I don't care. I care enough to know what's happening to you. I care enough to show compassion. For instance, if you're telling me what really happened, I'm not going to find a way to delegitimize it because you have a right to your feelings. If it's based on truth, if it's based on blackmail, better move away from my side. I'm very important with that. Why are you here? That's my point. Okay, you are here cursing yourself. You are cursing yourself and your. It is well. It is well with you. But it's not well with you, Shao. That one, what's his name? The one they blocked. As you're typing that thing is entering your head. It cannot be well. Actually, it has to be well with you because it should be well with you at some point. But you have to go through all the nonsense you wrote in the comment section, because at some point in your life, you will experience wellness. But at this point, you have to suffer that thing first. How can you write this kind of thing in the comment section? This is a crazy thing. And you guys were raised poorly. Your parents are retards. By the way, that word retard, to be fair, is not me. Owaneze Indigo said that his parents were retards. I read it here before. I don't want to read it again. They said that they had 2 million permanently, irreversibly retarded children from the war. His parents are one of those retards. But the point I'm trying to make is this. How can you... So you hear something. Let's say you disagree. And you should you can disagree with what I'm saying. You should be able to if you want to. But the same thing to do is to say, I'm going to come up. And by the way, I'm not going to shout on you or curse you because I'm Yoruba. And I'm Omoluabi. So you come up and then you bring your materials and say, see, according to this and that and this and that, and then you make your point, right? And then who knows, maybe you might even change my mind. You can't, by the way, because the crazy part, let me say this, the crazy part, and it's quite sad, when Igbos insult me like this one was cursing his father out, what you notice is, number one, they cannot, they don't have anything to say. They've not read Jack. That's one. Number two, the books that were written by their own people, which is based on lies, they've not read it. They've not, because I'll tell you this, and this goes to all of us. I don't think anybody's account is not worth listening to. Even Achebe, who was a propagandist till his death, I will still read his book. But I still read this book because at least I want to know what he's thinking. Even though I know that, now life will have. But a broken clock is right twice a day. There might be something in there. And to be honest, I found good things in that book, even though most of what he's writing they are lies. True to form is a propagandist, and it's okay. Same goes for Frederick Forsyth. They're writing from Biafran perspective, but we still read those books because we want to know how they think. These clowns have not read Igbo books. How would they now read the one that is against the narrative, the popular narrative?
You know, you have to be careful because some of these people are
Alexander Madiebo, that one is,
but are nonsense, right?
you know, you have to be careful because some of these people are older. So out of respect, but are nonsense and right. I have his book somewhere there. Alexander Madiebo, rubbish. But again, even if it's rubbish, there's still some. I mean, there's always sense in there. You will find it if you are really looking. But you, instead of you to read books, you'll be reading receipts and sentence papers. You don't understand that you need information. Just be cursing people out. Once you don't know what to say, you curse people out. How would that now help your argument? Let me end by saying this. I believe that Nigeria is going to a point. We have only two options, or three, but two majorly. But one thing has to happen before those two things happen. It's either people heal, either they heal or they don't. If you don't, you have to break Nigeria so that the people who don't want to heal can go with their sickness to the place where they want to build their El Dorado, like the Biafra Republic that we read earlier, writing letter to Donald Trump, and American veteran of Igbo descent. They will go to descend where they want to. I know it's descent, but you get the point. They should descend and in their descent. That's fine. If people heal, and healing can be, healing, there are different processes to it. You will deny it, you will curse me out. By the way, the guy that cursed me out earlier, it is well with you. You are not cursed. I think it's just, you're just pained. You're just an unruly child. It is well with you, but you don't have sense. But it is well with you. Anyway, the point is, you might feel angry and curse me out and hate it and say it to me and talk all kind of things and send me terrible messages and threats. Again, you can only think about it. Anyway, eventually you will now resolve it. I'm like, maybe this guy has a point. The issue let me say, I'm not saying this because I want to hurt folks from the Southeast. Primarily is to inform my people. Like, a lot of people will have
What you can get from this,
my account there.
don't even take my word for it.
But if I'm from the Southeast, what you can get from this is to, don't even take my word for it. Just take it as a challenge. Get the book, study those things, and then hopefully you get what I really want for you, which is healing. Once you heal, you'll be saying, no, people hate you, people hate you. Let me tell you something. If anybody should be using that word, everybody hates me, especially as regards to the Southeast, it's people in the South. How come, have you ever sat down to think about it? How come people from Ẹkáàbọ don't say Igbos hate them with what Igbos did to them? People from River State, those ones, Igba, Abonema, Degema, Port Harcourt, how come those people don't use those words?
Have you ever read their own books to see what happened?
Do you know what happened to them? Have you ever asked them what happened? Have you ever read their own books to see what happened? Didn't you read that book? When people say that they're being marginalized, you know them are pay a war. Do you know what happened? What your parents did to people here? They wrote it in books, so everybody's account is written.
How about the other people that were hurt?
So you think that, oh, because you are the only one that's just loud. How about the other people that were hurt? The difference between you and someone from Ẹkáàbọ or from River State and Cross River or Goja is they have healed. They know what happened and they should never forget. But they have at least healed. So if you can heal, that would be a blessing. So that way we can restructure Nigeria according to our ethnicities or whatever structure they want to believe. So if you are taunting us in the comment section, say US is coming, Ẹkáàbọ, hopefully that will help us restructure the country. But if you really want to hold on to your hate, please, by all means, have your own space, hate yourself, bomb yourself to smithereens, and it will be well with you in hell, because you are going to hell if you do that. But I hope you don't go there. All right. Where were we? Today is Monday, and normally, on Mondays, I like to stay here, so I already planned how many pages I was going to read today. Oh, my shit. Obina says, forget about whoever has refused to heal now. Nigeria is a failed. Nigeria is not a failed state. Your part of the country is failed state, right?
Thank you for confirming to us.
Obina.
The reason you said Nigeria is
It's good to see you, by the way. It's been a minute. But thank you for confirming to us. the reason you say Nigeria is failed is really because your experience is out of failure. And I understand where you're coming from. Like when you wake up in the morning and you look around, all you see is failure. But that's not Nigeria, that's on your part of Nigeria. And I can only pray, at least, or hope that you experience greatness where you're from. But where I am, I'm Yoruba again. So things are not perfect though, but we are making progress. But you're from a failed state. See, I'm a landlord in Lagos, bro. Why you guys? What is your problem with property? You're a landlord, so what? Let me tell you something. If you like, own World Trade Center. If you have this mindset, you are nothing. A man's life does not consist in the abundance of his possessions. You guys are so poor. All you have is money. Can't just from one just jump to I have house. And so what? You have house, but you are. Let me know. It is well. If you have house in Lagos, congratulations to you and your tenants. At least you're not complaining that nobody is taking your house from you. Anyway, somebody says it's all about presidency and Lagos. That presidency, that thing, I don't know if it's going to come on. Nobody's going to do any. I should come again on what? Nobody's going to do anything of, come and become president. That's not happening. Because there's no basis for it. The only thing that could have given you that thing is sit at home on Monday. But it will not work because you don't contribute economically to Nigeria, that region. So, if you sit at home, the fear of Igbo presidency. Yeah, I think the wise should be afraid of your stupidity.
Yes, now, yes.
Oh, I mean, Lolejare. Every Igbo has a house in Lagos. Yes, now. I mean, they've bought everywhere. Congratulations to everyone. May God bless you and keep you in your wealth. No, I'm just inspired to comment now because I really wish I was reading because I can't believe it's past 8 and I'm just chilling.
See, the thing is,
Yoruba justice in progress. I salute you too, sir. See, the thing is, let me even answer flower. Maybe this will help.
There's a tool that you have. And to be honest, I think it's the only thing you have.
There's a tool that you have. And to be honest, I think it's the only thing your forebears bequeathed to you.
So when you use the rhetoric like...
is the ability to blackmail and manipulate people.
Those people now want to prove...
So when you use the rhetoric like they are afraid of Igbo presidency, those people now want to prove to you that they are not afraid, they will now vote for you. You are not as smart as you think you are.
Let's assume they are afraid.
Let's welcome that fear.
Your question should be, why are they afraid?
Let's assume they are afraid. Your question should be, why are they afraid? Let's even say they are afraid, although there is nothing to be afraid of because you are a Filefo. But let's even say they are afraid.
That's why I said earlier.
Why are they afraid?
Nigeria's history from 1960 to 1964.
That's why I said earlier, if you study Nigeria's history from 1960 to 1964, especially in the areas of the civil service and embassies, the appointment into ambassadorial positions and everything, you study what happened, then you understand. Maybe you understand why they're afraid.
Let's read some things.
Then you see, you know what? Oh boy. Let's read some things more before we go. Just something tiny, just tiny.
We'll come back to this next time, but I want to read just a bit of it.
I read something to you from this book. We'll come back to this next time, but I want to read just a bit of it. So don't go be like say we don't even read anything at all.
Let me read this page, it's fine. I'm going to invoke it actually.
Iran's task. Jesus, what am I coming to? Let me read this page, it's fine. I'm going to invoke it actually, but I want to start from this one.
Pursuing his declared goal of establishing a unitary state.
Iran's seemed intent on pursuing his declared goal of establishing a unitary state. 3 national study groups were set up in mid-March to deliberate on matters regarding national unity, a proposed constitution, and the development of a national economy. Ironsi also appointed, listen to this, Ironsi also appointed one of his Igbo intimates, Mr. Francis C. Nwokedi, to report as a one-man commission of inquiry on the formation of an administrative machinery for a united Nigeria and the unification of the 5 public services and judicial services.
What is here, you find it in another book.
The book is called Beckon to Serve. What is here, you find it in another book. The Educated Elite in the Nigerian Society by E.A. Ayondele. I'll read that thing again slowly. Ironsi seemed content. I mean, maybe tomorrow, Wednesday, we'll read proper. Ironsi seemed intent. This was March, by the way. Ironsi seemed intent on pursuing his declared goal of establishing a unitary state. Three national study groups were set up in mid-March to deliberate on matters regarding national unity, a proposed constitution, and the development of a national economy. Ironsi also appointed one of his Igbo intimates, as his close pal, Mr. Francis C. Nwokedi, to report as a one-man commission of inquiry on the formation of an administrative machinery for United Nigeria and the unification of the 5 public services and judicial services. Let me say something. If you read Ojukwo's Rebellion and World Opinion by Nebo Graham Douglas, he mentioned that March, Ojukwu approached him. He was the Attorney General of Eastern Nigeria. Ojukwu approached him to draft a unitary constitution for Nigeria, and he advised against it. That same month, Nwokedi was given 2 briefs. Again, if you listen, I'm going to read something to you, and I want you to tell me what word you find common, the common word in those 2 briefs. Number one, it's even stupid to have one-man commission of inquiry. One man. We'll talk about that later, but these are 2 things. Number one, it says, he appointed one of his Igbo intimates, Nwokedi, to report as a one-man commission of inquiry on the formation of an administrative machinery for a united Nigeria. 2, the unification of the 5 public services and judicial services. One word you find common is unity, united, unification. That's a word that people use to own or steal what belongs to others in the name of unity. He says, let me explain what he did. Number 1, administrative machinery for United Nigeria. This is what eventually gave rise to Decree number 34. I know there are some people in the comments that say, oh no, he did not remove region. So that's what gave birth to unitary decree 34 of May 24, 1966. The second one is a unification of the 5 public services. What does that mean? I thought you would not ask. Let me explain. There were 5 governments in Nigeria at the time. This was 66. So we had the North, the East, the West, the Midwest, and then the central government, making 5. Each of these had autonomy in terms of their public services, right, or their civil services. So, for instance, the civil service in the Western region paid the most in Nigeria, even more than what the federal government was paying in terms of minimum wage. Everybody could determine what they would do in their regions, right? The civil service of the Western region was different from that of the North. Just like now we have your state civil service, there's Kano State Civil Service, there's Enugu State Civil Service. Well, at the time, it was the regional civil services. They now came up with a plan to unify. That word unity to the Igbos means something else. To unify the civil services, so it becomes one. Let me, instead of me to explain, I will explain after reading. Let me just read a little stuff, and then we'll go. The appointment raised some articles given the committee's sole membership and its tendentious terms of reference, which excluded federalism. All the more so because the matter centered on regional autonomy and control over state decisions, jobs, patronage, and the instrument of judicial power. Although one non-Igbo person was later asked to join Nwokedi, the damage had been done. The few Northerners on the various study groups also felt they were being manipulated, while Northern civil servants in general became increasingly edgy over the trend of affairs. Their fears that the regime had irreversibly committed itself to unitary government, regardless of whatever the various commissions recommended, were confirmed by Major General Ironsi's budget broadcast of 31st March. He boldly asserted, quote, "I am convinced that the bulk of our people want a united Nigeria." If you hear the word united, run no. Unity, run no. Like it means something else. Let's continue. This is what Rossi said on 31st March. "I am convinced that the bulk of our people want a united Nigeria and that they want in future one government and not a multitude of governments." On the latter view, Ironsi was mistaken. Henceforth, northern criticism of the regime became more strident, pervasive, and uncompromising. Yet, the regime surprisingly appeared impervious, even encouraged to press on. In May, Ironsi indicated that jobs, listen to this part, jobs and land anywhere in the country would be available to any Nigerian.
When we come back for the full session, I'm going to explain how they built this thing until it now led to
When we come back for the full session, I'm going to explain how they built this thing until it now led to the unfortunate massacre of May 1966. Land anywhere in the country and jobs anywhere in the country will be available to any Nigerian. Read Igbos. How do I know? Because it happened already in the last, between 60 and 64. And that was without centralized government, though.
There was, in my view, much to commend in such a policy.
There was, in my view, I'll take it again. There was, in my view, much to commend in such a policy, but given the climate of inter-ethnic mistrust coupled with the extensive Igbo penetration of northern entrepreneurial and vocational life, it raised the specter in the eyes of average northerners of greater Igbo competition for jobs and land in the north. Such apprehension was compounded by the northerly influx since January of Eastern, I'll take that again. Such apprehension was compounded by the northerly influx, they were coming northwards, northerly influx since January of Eastern school leavers in search of jobs or opportunities for higher education.
Folks began to move north.
As soon as it took over in January, folks began to move north. More than they used to move before, as soon as they were done with secondary school, up north. Listen, if you are crying that people hate you, number one, I don't even think it makes sense to be shouting people hate you. You are not Chris. Watch the TV series. Hope they pay me for their advert. The point is, nobody asked them. But even if they hate you, that's their business. The point is, maybe you should ask why they do. Imagine somebody saying that land anywhere and jobs anywhere belongs to everybody.
And let me say something. If you think
in the name of unity.
you are sadly
And let me say something. If you think this is 1966, you are sadly mistaken.
It happened in 66, but this is the 2025 story.
This thing may have happened in 66, but this is the 2025 story.
This is the mindset for indigenous status bill in 2025.
This is the mindset for indigenous status bill in 2025. Every land belongs to everybody. You know, like I always say, which will be measured in saying it, but I hope you can put it together.
What does that mean? All the lands belong to all.
What's the indigenous status bill? If I stay in your place for 10 years, I become an indigene. What does that mean? All the lands belong to all of us. What was Ojukwu doing? The same thing.
And what Ojukwu said he was going to do to kings.
Read Martin Dent.
Nigga.
And what Ojukwu said he was going to do to kings.
This guy was going to
This nigga. This guy was going to transfer kings. According to Martin Dent, by the way. Because I remember sharing this thing sometimes. Someone said, no, it's a lie. It never happened. It did. And the parents say, oh, Martin Dent could not have written that. So I had to put the book out for the person to see, maybe to help them confirm that there will be an Obi of Lagos, Obi of Ibadan. You know what? People are wondering whether it's true. Let me look for that thing. I'll read this very quickly. Martin Dent. I think I shared it on Twitter once. Osembel. Atigbegagio. Don't worry, I know. I'll just open the book. I just don't want to stress myself. Found it. The book is called Nigerian Politics and Military Rule, Prelude to the Civil War, edited by S.K. Panterbrick. This is what Martin Dent wrote in his book. This chapter is called The Military and Politics, and this is what it says. Take a listen, please.
And the plan was made to overthrow him there.
Finally, Ironsi called a conference of chiefs to Ibadan, and the plan was made to overthrow him there. One of Ironsi's last acts, it is said, was to gather the chiefs together to teach them to sing the national anthem, and apparently to indicate that he wished to post them around Nigeria in the same way as he was posting the governors, a suggestion so contrary to the ideas of particular local ties of chieftainship that the Emir of Kano walked out of that meeting. Obano, they collect transfer. But how they call them for Benin? Obano, they take transfer. Rossi's idea was for Oba to be taking transfer for national unity. Put that beside all jobs and land belong to everybody.
Everybody now owns it. All of us, we are all.
That's what it means.
Just go on my Sanjay, just go on
Everybody now owns it. All of us, we are all. Just go on my Sanjay. Just go on Busui Oris on Twitter and search for Martin. It's like there's one I just put the book itself because some people were saying it's a lie, and then there's the page. My Twitter handle is Busui Oris Works. Busui Oris. So you, okay, I could send you I could put the two links there on the Telegram channel, but you still have to go to Twitter. No, anyway. I could put the Telegram there, but you still have to go on Twitter because that's a link.
So think about it for a second.
1 second.
You already said that all of us.
So think about it for a second. You already said that all of us, all land belongs to everybody, all the jobs belong to everybody. And then you say you want to have a situation where all the 5 civil services will be united. Let me tell you what he was doing. You see, if you read My Life by Sir Modubelo, he mentioned something called Northernization policy. They had begun it in around 62, 64, thereabout. The idea basically was to have the Northerners get jobs in Northern region first. I don't know if you've seen any interview that, it was a popular interview that was circulating some time ago with him and a British reporter, and that person was asking about the North Nigerian policy. And he was saying that it was the Northerners first. And people say it was tribalistic. It was tribalistic. If you thought it was tribalistic, please think again. He wasn't. Let me explain. This is 1964. If you go on the Radio Me Global Telegram channel, please go to Radio Me Global on Telegram. Look for white paper on political alignment in Western Nigeria. Look for that document. And you see the breakdown. 65% of the jobs in Nigerian Railway Service was Igbo, 70% of Nigerian Ports Authority, Igbo, 70% of Nigerian Airways, Igbo, lecturers in UI, Unilag, Yabatek, director, provost, whatever, everybody shall pack Fulham. At the time, the Igbos dominated the Eastern Region Civil Service, which is understandable because they were the majority in the Eastern Region, right? So it's understandable. But they were also dominating the Midwest region. Why? Not because they were the majority, they were actually the minority. Not because they were more educated, because all of them in the Midwest had access to free education that Awolowo gave because they were all in Western Nigeria in 1955 when free education started in the Western region. The majority ethnic group in the Midwest was Edo. That's Bini, Esako, Afemai, and so on and so forth. They were the majority. And Isha. But because there's something that they have perfected, which is called nepotism, everywhere was filled. It was so bad that during the war, in the heat of the moment, around 1967, late 1967 to 1968, no, August 67, Ojukwu devised the means to ensure that Igbo civil servants were moved from Enugu into Benin and they became the senior civil servants. They took over the senior positions. You find that in the book by Uswanlele Uyilawa. It's called The Midwest Response to Biafran Occupation and Nigeria's Liberation.
So you have done it in the Eastern region.
The idea basically is to fill every place with folks from their place. So you have done it in the Eastern region, you have done it in the Western region, you are doing it in the central government, federal government in Lagos. You are doing it, and that's why the police in Lagos, many of them were from the East, were doing it in the North. And the North was okay. To be honest, it was not the Igbo's fault at the beginning because the North did not have enough people to work in terms of educated people. But as soon as they started having people graduate from schools. They were like, we've got to fill these places with our own people. Then you call him a tribalist. Why would you dominate your region, dominate the Midwest, dominate the federal government, and still want to dominate the North, and everybody that says no is a bigot and a tribalist? The man is the premier of his region, not the premier of Nigeria. He has a duty to his people first, which is what the governor of Anambra State understands now. And that's why he's saying that if you want to have a job in the health sector of Anambra State, you must be an indigenous of Anambra State. Nobody calls him a tribalist for that. Enugu State Governor did something similar last month or thereabout. He said if you want to work in the community health section of the ministry, that you must be from that ward, not cities, not state of origin, or ward of origin, councillorship, WARD. Maybe from that ward, and you must be able to speak not Igbo, but the dialect of that place. It is people like that that will come to Lagos and tell me that it doesn't really matter that I can speak Yoruba or not. Anybody can just become governor. Meanwhile, you are looking for a word of origin. Maxwell, I hope you know that your parents will still be looking for you very soon. I think you're writing in the comment section. It will happen to you. It will happen to you. I advise you to stop. It will happen to you. You wake up one morning, you get on the street, and that will be it. Just walk away. You not be singing Craig Davis song. You are walking away. You be Wamari Loni. As you're writing in the comment section, just know that this is going to be your experience. So just stop. If you stop now, I promise you it will happen to you. If you continue, I can assure you, you'll be singing Craig David for the next 15 years. Wamari Loni. Omalobe. Malobe. All right, stop in the comment section. Stop. You can say things. I've been seeing you in the comment section, but that way you're going is actually dangerous, and it's dangerous for you, not for me. Please stop. I'm blessing you. I'm begging you now. Please, don't play with things like that. I'll send it back to you, and it's going to happen. Back. Wamalobe. You won't go bail until if you stop. All right. So where was I with the book? Why do you guys curse people in the comment section? Why do you do this thing? Me, I will send it back, and I'm not playing when I send it back. I'm not playing. I'm not even joking. And I won't have to do anything more than just say it.
You have 2 songs. You don't understand Yoruba, but you want to hear
you just need that. You'll be going out and they'll be asking you, what's your best song? You have 2 songs. You don't understand Yoruba, but you want to hear Barrister Malobi. And you want to hear I'm Walking Away by Craig David. And that'll become...
The point is,
when you understand don't do that. God bless you.
The context of this period,
where were we?
Then you cannot understand.
The point is, when you understand this, when you understand the context of this period, then you cannot understand why the North would do what the North did.
We want to get jobs for our people.
That they were looking at a situation where we want to get jobs for our people, so they came up with nationalization policy. So if you succeed in having all the 5 civil services collapse into one, you have made the North lose everything they've gained in the last couple of years through that policy. Which now means that all the people that came in to the North from your region get to have jobs, which was what was happening before the national policy. And like I said earlier, in the beginning, to be honest, it was not Igbo's fault. They were available, they were educated. Northerners were not as educated as they were. But as soon as the kids started going to school, they were like, you know what, we have to fill the senior post or the junior. Somehow, we have to fix these people up. So it would be the people, our people first, and maybe later on expatriates, then later on, other parts of Nigeria. And when the interviewer asked him, why are you not taking them first? It was like, in their own place. It's not like they take us like that too now. So the point I'm trying to make is that all the things that this man was calling unity, unification, it is nothing but ethnic jingoism, nepotism at its best or worst, depending on how you see it. And this was the expense of Nigeria from January to July of 69. By April of 66, not 69, 66, by April of 66, this man, 3 months after I became head of state, he said to promote 18 officers. 18. All those 18 were from the East were Igbos. All 18 from his people. Then I don't know, somebody told him like, it will look somehow, so it's okay, we're going to take 3 more. So they looked at the Northerners, they took 3. But those 3 officers were junior to 5 Yoruba officers. So they took them above those officers and they made those 3. So you had 21. April. You find it in the book I mentioned earlier. The educated elite in the Nigerian society.
Let's understand the context and also understand the meaning of words. In Nigeria,
All I'm saying is that let's understand the context and also understand the meaning of words. In Nigeria, we have to create a new dictionary, definition of terms. What words mean from region to region. Unity means something different from region to region in Nigeria. For some people, unity means let's work together. So unity means let's dominate you. If you don't allow us to do it, you're a bigot, or a you-got, or a trigot, whatever that is. All right. Someone has a question. What is your take on Trump possible assist to tackle insecurity in Nigeria? We talked about that earlier. Please listen to the video. Watch the video on YouTube. Once we're done, you can get it in the live section. What's my take on why are you guys happy that Trump wants to come to Nigeria? Why are you happy? Like, why are you happy?
But anyway, people like this just
but anyway, people like this just it will be okay at some point in his life. Say you're not happy, Pavik, you're not happy. Yeah, that's good. Hope God will make you happy. But I don't think anybody should be celebrating the fact that, because if you look through history, it's not like every time they go, everywhere they go, they change things for the better. It's mostly, it's about American interest, which is right, by the way. And that's another thing I don't understand. I don't think Nigerians, especially the ones who are just clowning on social media, I don't really understand it. Nations don't get, America doesn't get involved in stuff it's not based on benevolence, it's based on interest. Like, what's it getting out of it? Is what's in it for me? There has to be something in it for them. So the question is, what's in it for them? Your guess is as good as mine. Someone says, we are happy because our people have suffered too much in their own indigenous lands. Are you from the Middle Belt?
You are from Oka. What's your
business? You are from Oka. What's your business with Christian suffering in the Middle Belt?
Question, it's true now. Is Igbo now?
Oh, it's been a wonderful question. It's true now. Is Igbo now?
And you are talking about Christian suffering.
What is your Orofogona? How can you be in the Southeast and you are talking about Christian suffering? You are the one. Again, when I say that, I like to quote, say to make it very clear. If people find there are Emmanuels and Peters and Johns, they are all Christians.
I don't believe because you're using user.
User says no, sir, Momolara, I don't believe you, sir. I don't believe you, ma. I don't believe because you're using user. Your name is not. Maxwell says you're in Lagos. I'm glad you are. That's because Lagos is peaceful. You're in Surulere. Why are you telling me your address? I'm not. But have you not thought about it? Why, Shelen Leini, are you being chased from where you are from? Like, everybody using Lagos as, well, I get it's your London shot, so that works. We've got to call it a day. It's been a fantastic session. Let me advertise our stuff again. If you'd like to support it, please reach out to me, by the way. It's important. Please, we're having this on Friday. We're going to be having it every Friday, by the way. For the Republic, it's a game show. We're discussing Nigerian politics and history, and Yoruba culture will be in there as well. So please join us on Friday at 4 p.m. if you're time West African time. You get to compete then. No, contest none. You answer questions. It's a game show. You answer questions. Every question fetches you a particular amount of money. You have 4 rounds. At the end of the 3rd round, you get to multiply your money by 2, or walk away, or get it divided. We're going to have a great time, right? So there's cash prizes, and I want to have as many people as possible. So please register. Linktree/Redomi Republic. It's simple. Just type that in your browser. Linktree/Redomi bit.ly/RedomRepublic. And once you're there, you see a form, click on it to register. We'll reach out to you and you can come up, regardless of where you're from, right? You know, because somebody from the north reached out to me the other day. Just register, and then if you have the answers, you make money. I mean, if you give us the correct answers, you make money, right? And if you'd like to support it, please reach out to me. I'll put up the account details later. But we had a great one on Friday. Somebody wants some money, which was cool. We're going to do it again on Friday. All right. Thank you very, very much. Again, Linktree/RedomRepublic. All you have to do is type that in your browser. You have that's the URL, and it will take you to the webpage. You find the link, click on it, and then you can register. Thank you very much. Redomi Republic. By the way, the first episode is coming out later this week. Please stay tuned and help us share it when you see it. You're going to like it, by the way. You will like it. Zogu, how are you? I hope everybody is fine at home, because if you don't bother,
We've answered some questions and
we
can't answer every question, all the questions.
Anyway, I think we've had a great run. We've answered some questions, and we can't answer every question, all the questions in a day. We'll continue from here tomorrow, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. I'm thinking we'll see what to do, whether we're going to continue with this series or we're going to listen to one of our recordings. But we're going to have a great time together. Thank you very much for being here. Everybody who has power tapped and who has liked the live and supported the live, thank you very much for your generosity. Thank you for the gifts. If you like to support what we're doing, please reach out to me. What I always do, really, to be honest, is because of the stuff we're starting, I'm going to put up the account details. So you can reach out to me if you want, but you can just take a screenshot. That might even be faster. I usually put this up when people are, talking. You want to support now? People come.
Support, that's the support, that's the place.
Support though. Support, that's the support, that's the place. After you have resulted in support, I
want to make sure that every time people come for that.
Account 01618544103, please support, and want to make sure that every time people come for that session, they get rewarded. I want to have as many people as possible, so I have 3-4 people per session, and on every Friday. But the one we did last week, what I want to do is I'm going to put out the video later this week. Maybe by Thursday. Should be out Thursday or Friday. So please look out for it, and please follow Redomi Republic on all social media platforms, especially on YouTube, because we're going to be pushing it on that YouTube channel, Redomi Republic. MJ Larry, thank you very, very much. Folks from the South, let's end by saying this. You're not hated. The thing that you think is outside is actually the best song that you should listen to. Is a song by Michael Jackson. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. You need mirrors. Start with the man in the mirror. Okay? Nobody hates you. But maybe some people hate you, but it will not matter. Who is not hated in this world? Even you hate me.
I don't care.
Do I care? No.
I'm okay. I don't mind.
I don't bloody care.
I would love you to
I don't care.
That you love me.
I'm okay. I don't mind. If you hate me, I would love you to. I would like that you love me, but I don't care if you hate me. So all this thing of you hate me is because you are thinking like an underdeveloped person. Just grow. Start with the man in the mirror. What am I doing wrong? Fix it, and maybe things will. And if they don't like you, that's okay. Everybody doesn't like you. Why should they like you? Like, you don't have to like me. I would love if you like me, but if you don't, I don't care. The important thing is I do what I'm supposed to do, and hopefully you're going to see reason when you grow up. You understand why I'm doing it. Well, may God bless you and keep you, regardless of where you're from. Oh boy. Oh God. Don't be cursing people though. How come bro? Consider preventers. It's reverse psychology. They hate everyone else. That's the truth, actually. It was last week somebody came out and said, "Oh, they call us Omoibo." Like, but I've not heard this song. Omo Yoruba, Nemi Swagger. Is how you even call it Omo Yoruba, Omoibo. But even if you are saying that, do you not have names for everybody in this country? Who is Ofe Manu? Is that a praise and worship? Is it Oriki? It's not an insult. Who is Ofe Manu? You call people Ofe Manu. You call people. You have names for. And it was so bad that you even called Rocha Zokorocha Hausa.
Anyway, let me thank everyone who asked me to listen.
Let's stop being childish, especially as an ethnic group. It's ridiculous. Anyway, let me thank everyone who asked me to this session. Although we didn't get to the topic itself, but we had a great time looking at the events happening in Nigeria at the moment, especially with the designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern to the American government. We hope that something good comes out of this, right? That Nigerian government, of course, with the invitation to President Tinubu to meet the President of the United States in South Africa, that will yield favorable results. And also that we're also looking don't fall for the propaganda. Yes, people are dying and it's terrible. A lot of them are Christians in the Middle Belt, and it's important to acknowledge it. And you will not die if you acknowledge this truth. It's a sad reality where people are being killed. But we can acknowledge that without also, buying the narrative of, it's because they are Christians. Because what people do, the way propaganda works, is that you have to reduce it and make it as simple as possible. You make it as simplistic and black and white as possible. All right? It's just this versus this. All the nuances are erased. And what that does is that it reduces the conversation to a pedestrian thing, and it makes you to do what you really want to do, which is whatever it is that America wants to do. And for those who are happy, I pray that you get what you want out of this, but I pray that as you are getting it, that you don't have to spend your lifetime rebuilding what will be destroyed by this act, especially in terms of goodwill and also in terms of fiscal development, which you don't really have a lot of it. Like you say, I think you do, but you say you don't, but that's okay. May God bless you, and God bless every part of Nigeria. Everybody who has liked the live and shared the live, whether you're on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Twitch, on TikTok, thank you very much for your support. All the gifts, thank you very much for the gifts. All the gifters, thank you for your generosity. Please, if you want to support what we're doing, Redomi Republic and other things we're doing, we push the content on social media, we give gifts and all of those things. Please support by using this bank detail, GTB 01618544103. This will help us to continue to do the work. Please register to be part of the quiz on Friday. All you have to do is just have a TikTok account, right? Have a TikTok account and make sure you're able to come on camera, right? So you can use another person's account, by the way. You don't have enough followers, you can use another person's account. If you're in Nigeria, I think you have to have about 1,000. If you're in the UK, 200 or 300, thereabout. Even some Nigerian accounts can use 300. It depends. But please just get that sorted and answer questions and win some money. We celebrate you. Thank you very much for being here. We're going to play the anthems, national anthem, and also the Yoruba anthem, and then we'll call it a day. We'll be again tomorrow at 4 p.m. If your time, I think that's most sure. 4 p.m. if your time, West African time. Tomorrow, Tuesday, we're going to have a great session together. All right. Thank you very much for being here. Here is the Nigerian national anthem. Which one is it? Everybody will be all right. On Jack Poro one. Tikuli obade pa into the pa. No me ka ba Ottawa se kini. No me ka ba tattoo.
Oh, the quiz show. Oh, okay. Yeah, you should come for
Any small thing already celebrating. Say they should come and invade. It is the quiz show. Oh, okay. Yeah, you should come for the quiz. She even speaks Yoruba now.
Thank you very much for being here.
But beyond Yoruba is Nigerian history now. So anyway, thank you very much for being here. We're going to listen to the Nigerian anthem and also the Yoruba anthem. Take a listen, please.
Nigeria, we hail our own dear native land, the tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be your symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without name. Oh God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and show with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Nigeria may be iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa, fún ilẹ̀ ìbí wa. Kàgbéga, kàgbéga, kàgbéga fáyé rí. Ìgbàgbọ́ wa ni pé bá ti bẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́. Ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká jọlá. Ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ni ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lépa. Tẹ̀síwájú fọ̀pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ òkàdìdé ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ̀, ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo adúláwọ̀.
Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀, ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ní wọ́kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run, ìmọ́lẹ̀ Nàìjíríà náà ní wọ́kùn. Á dáa fún wa o, Nàìjíríà á dára o, ilẹ̀ Yorùbá náà á gbèrú sí o lágbára Ọlọ́run. Everything they hands upon will prosper, and may God bless you and bless all that's yours. Àní gbọ́ láburú síra wa o, Ọlọ́run máa ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Thank you very much for being here today. I'll see you again tomorrow at 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Have a great evening. God bless you. Ó dàárọ̀.